All right, welcome back to the Overdrive, part two. Had a computer crash there for a minute. Not sure what's going on with my, gotta do some troubleshooting here. I want to try to get through this stream. Let me see something here. Why can't I post this quick? Okay. Post this link. I just launched my Patreon. Hmm. Anyway, yeah, so I'm sorry. I'm pick up where I left off at. What's up, Christina Williams? How you doing? Hoorah to Christina Williams, always showing support. We were talking about Black women having value versus these Negroes who seem to think that she doesn't have any value, and I'm questioning their sexuality because I don't know any straight male. Gab, what's going on, Gab? Gab, my man. Gab, you finally made it over here, huh? My man Gab. I appreciate you coming by, man. Let me get back to what I was saying about these Negroes saying that Black women don't have any value. First of all, like I said, I don't know any straight male that would ever even say anything like that. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. Okay? This is not the way a straight male thinks. A straight male would never ever say that a woman has no value. Forget about a Black woman, any woman. Hey, I appreciate that, Gab. Appreciate that, man. You know, shout out to Gab Talk Media in the house. I got a lot of respect for this brother here, man. This brother Gab. He's one of the reasons why I'm on YouTube with my own channel. Gab was one of the first ones who allowed me on his platform to have a voice. And I really appreciate that because he didn't know me at all. And he didn't know what I was going to say or do, but he let me up on this panel and gave me a voice, and people got to hear me. And, I started getting popular from then on in. So I owe a lot to Gab Talk Media. We definitely support Gab Talk Media over here at the Overdrive. So shout out to my brother Gab Talk Media in the building. So let me get back to these corny ass Negroes talking crazy. Like I said, I don't know any male, straight male. Hey, so are you, my brother. I learn a lot from you all the time, Gab. That's why I hang out and check out your channel, man. You know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, I don't know any heterosexual males that would ever say anything crazy like that. I would never walk around here and say, even if I was mad, I could be mad at every woman in the world, and I would still never say a woman has no value. Let alone Black women, just women, period. What kind of man even thinks like that? I mean, you have to have something really seriously wrong with you as a male if you think a woman has no value. We all know what women bring to the table, bro. Who are you trying to fool? We all know what women bring to the table. You're going to sit up here and walk around here and you want to try to convince, right, heterosexual males that women have no value. I mean, you're out of your damn mind, bro. And if you're worried about women being irresponsible, right? Well, that's a reflection on you. You don't control your environment. You aren't leaders in your environment. You see, when there's no leadership in the environment, and there's no authority in the environment that's supposed to be set by you, then there is no consequence for irresponsibility. Again, women are reactionary. They are reacting to your behavior. You see, our women are supposed to be a reflection of us, See, men are supposed to look at our women, right? And see how well we take care of our women. Simply by the way our women behave and how they look and how they carry themselves. Okay? That's a reflection on us. You understand what I'm saying? So when you have no authority in your community, when you don't control your community or your environment, you don't have any protection in your environment, you don't lay down any laws in your environment or enforce any laws in your environment, you don't have any leadership in your environment, okay, or any kind of authority in your environment, then yeah, people are going to run amok. The people that you so-called supposed to be leading, they're going to run amok. And then you can't hold nobody accountable because there's nothing in your environment to prevent people from being irresponsible, or at least a deterrent for people to be irresponsible. So therefore, there's no leadership, no authority. So there is no consequence for irresponsibility. And if that is in place, then you cannot say to the woman that you're irresponsible. You are the first to be irresponsible, and your irresponsibility outweighs hers, because her irresponsibility is a reaction to your irresponsibility. See, that's how that works. See, when you say that she's irresponsible and you're trying to put everything on her, then what you're doing is you're putting the cart before the horse. You ever tried to put a cart before the horse? When you put the cart in front of the horse, what happens? You stop moving. The horse stops walking. You have impeded that horse's progress. See, you can't point any fingers at her without taking those same fingers and pointing it at yourself first. Like my man C Boogie said, where's that mirror? Look in that mirror. You want the woman to be responsible, you want the woman to behave and all this other stuff, right? That has to start with you. If it doesn't, then you can't expect it. She's looking to you for leadership. You don't look to her for leadership. If you were looking to her for leadership, then you could say, hey, you know what, Black woman, you're irresponsible because you're supposed to be leading us. You're supposed to be providing for us. You're supposed to be protecting me, right? So you are irresponsible. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. But you see, we don't look to women for leadership, do we? Not real men anyway. Real men lead their environment. Real men protect their environment. Real men take care of their environment. Real men make sure that their environment yield the necessary things that will allow their women and children to thrive, right? So if you aren't doing that, then what do you expect to happen? People are going to fall by the wayside. Her behavior is going to be lacking. Her respect is going to be lacking. Again, you haven't established yourself as a leader in your environment. So what is for her to respect? She has no image. She has no authoritative figure. She has no one to look up to, no one to be held accountable to. So if her behavior is running amok, that's because you lack respect. You lack leadership. Your leadership is weak. Again, her irresponsibility has no consequence. Because you haven't established any consequence. You haven't established any law. You haven't done anything. You haven't upheld anything in your environment. It's kind of like having laws, right? Without having laws, right? If everybody was to run around here and did what they want and break all of the laws, but the laws are never enforced, then who was there to blame? Can't blame the people running around making, breaking the laws. The laws aren't being enforced. So you're not leading your environment, not doing the right things, don't have everything set up. You're not an authoritative figure in your environment or whatever. That you can't blame the woman for acting out. You don't give her any incentive not to act out. You haven't set anything in place to where she says, if she looks at or she deals with or she interacts with, like, you know what, if I screw up, then this is going to be the consequence. I may lose this, I may not have this. You don't have none of this in place for her. So do you not understand? You have nothing in place for her to deter her from acting out or being irresponsible. You let her know that her irresponsibility bears no consequence because you are no leader and you aren't ready to hold anybody accountable for anything, not even yourself. So don't sit up here and tell me that this is on her when it isn't. It's on you. Okay? What did you say, abracadabra? I'm not sure what you're talking about. What did you say? Who am I talking to? You don't get what? Well, I'm talking to the Negroes who are on YouTube. Let me tell you who I'm talking to so you don't be confused. I'm talking to the Negroes who are on YouTube talking about Black women have no value. Those are the people I'm talking to. Okay? And you in the chat room are listening to me rant about these Negroes who are saying that women have no value. It's called pushback, it's called retaliation. I'm reacting and retaliating to what I've heard. Don't know how this works, man? Are you new to YouTube? Anyway, let me continue, right? So, I just take me, man, see, all right, anyway. So like I was saying, so you, okay. Yeah, so like I was saying, right, and so you're derelict in your leadership, right? And so you are asking the woman to, um, you're asking something from the woman that you aren't providing. You aren't providing a responsibility. See, many of you Negroes are irresponsible. You show that every day by hiding behind these factions. You hide your irresponsibility behind these factions such as MGTOW, IBOR, Red Pill, Blue Pill, any other crazy faction, fictional faction that you can come up with. More Hebrew Israelite, Kemetic, conscious. These are all excuses for you to be irresponsible. You see, when you're being put to task about what's going on in the community and what you're not doing and what you should be doing, right? Your response is, because you're irresponsible, your response is, oh, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. Oh, I'm a Kemetic. I don't know anything about that. Oh, I'm in a conscious community. They ain't my community. Oh, I'm red pill. I'm blue pill. This is your answer. And this is why your environment is the way it is. This is why your women don't respect you. And this is why they are acting out and being irresponsible. You created that kind of environment for them. Yeah, well, that's part of it, abracadabra. That's part of it. They want to bang Becky. Absolutely, Gab. I agree. I agree 100%. See, a lot of these guys don't understand. I guess because they haven't been married, right? They really don't understand what a woman brings to a man's life. What a woman brings to a man's life is invaluable. How many of you Negroes out there that knows that a woman, right? The presence of a woman, right, helps keep a man from dying from loneliness. See, a lot of you don't even realize we can die from loneliness. As men, do you know that we can die from loneliness? Loneliness can actually physically kill us. It won't kill a woman, but loneliness can actually physically kill a man. And a woman being in your life actually prevents that. There's a lot of things that they bring to our life. They bring order to our life. They bring harmony to our lives. Harmony. You see, when you don't have a woman in your life, right, your life as a man is kind of chaotic, but you don't pay too much attention to chaos because you're used to it. You know, whether you're working, whether you're tilling the ground out there, going out there making ends meet, your life is kind of filled with chaos, right? Your blood pressure is up. You're going through a lot. You have a lot on your plate. But when you bring that woman into your life, right, she brings a soothing presence into your life, and it starts to weigh and balance all those things out. It helps you keep your sanity. It helps you keep your emotions stable. It gives you someone to hold, someone to bring close to your body, someone that you can confide your feelings into. See, they're very, very, they're, they're invaluable. They are invaluable. Hell, you, you can't place a value on what they bring to our lives. There's so many intangibles there that you can't even name them all. And when I hear a man say that a black woman has no value, this tells me that he doesn't have any experience with a woman, if any at all. Probably never been with a woman. It sounds like an old, this sounds like a man who's probably still a virgin at the age of 39, 40 years old. Okay? There are things that women bring to our lives that we can't even put in words. I've been married for 19 years, okay? And I still can't put into words all of the things that my wife has brought to my life that are valuable, that help me keep my sanity, that help me be a better person. See, they help us be better too. They help us be better men. You see, the more of a woman they are, the better of a man that makes us. It's a yin and yang thing. See, they listen to us, they put up with us. I mean, I can just go on. This is a whole lot of things that a lot of you guys don't understand about women that is so valuable to us. And forget the first women in their lives was their mother. So to say that would also include her. Totally. Oh yeah, absolutely. Some of these guys don't care anything about that. I've heard some of these guys call their own mothers bitches. I've heard that. I heard one person even look the word up in the dictionary and had no problem calling his mother that. I've seen guys on panels, right, have hate sessions about their mother. Yeah. Sat up there, it was 6, 7 guys on the panel talking about how much they hated their mothers, black mothers, and tried to solicit other men to come up on the panel and talk about how much they hate their mothers. I've never seen this before. This is all, I've only seen this with with black men. I've never seen this with any other race of men. Nah, dude. It's not unbelievable, abracadabra. It's been 100. They've done this more than once. I mean, these dudes got serious issues, man, and Man, they won't even protect an 11-year-old girl, man. An 11-year-old girl nearly got her head knocked off by a 6'7", 300-pound white man, right? And they all blamed the little girl, talking about she should have never put her hands on it. He's 6'7", 300 pounds, right? She's barely 5 feet tall and weighs about what, 67 pounds, if that. And by her putting her hands on him, which she just touched him in the back, that's supposed to be some kind of threat. Oh, you should have heard these guys, man. They don't care about, they don't have no sympathy or compassion for our women, even down to the smallest little girl. They don't care. The things that I heard were absolutely cowardly and insane. Had that been his daughter, he would have picked her up off the ground, took her to the hospital, and while she's at the hospital, he would have asked her, now, what have you learned? How cowardly is that? You won't defend your daughter. You won't go after the man, but you're gonna pick her up off the ground, take her to the hospital, and ask her what has she learned after 6'7", 300-pound monster nearly separated her head from her shoulders. I mean, abracadabra, the things I heard were just absolutely unbelievable. And check this out. This comes from people who got names on YouTube with followings. Hold on 1 second here. Let me get this up. Yeah, man, a lot of these guys got followings on YouTube, big ones. And what happened to mine? Why isn't my Patreon coming through? Patreon keeps fading out for some reason. Yeah. Hmm. Um, Abracadabra, where are you from? Are you a foreign a black person? Or are you from America? Hey, Kylie, what's going on? Abracadabra, where are you from? Are you from? Are you like Haitian or something, or are you African? Like, what are you? Oh, that okay. That right. That's exactly right. You are from Germany. Okay, yeah. I got you. And welcome to the panel, my esteemed brethren, the leader of the great regime, which you I belong to, Mr. Cerulean Gray. What's going on, brother?
Greetings, esteemed brethren.
We're here going off on these figures, man, about this woman with this value crap, man.
Oh, what?
No, still running their mouth about black women don't have any value.
Who's this?
Huh?
Who is this exactly?
Turn your mic up a little bit. Some of the same cast and characters, but there's some new ones now who don't join the fray. I'm having discussions about whether women have value or not, black women have value or not. And so I'm just pushing back on that hard.
Well, you have to really understand the position and character
Mm-hmm.
of which is usually, I'm guessing, a derelict Negro male.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
See, my whole thing is, as a heterosexual male, right? I can never have a thought like, I don't even know where they get these thoughts from. Like, how do you, as a man, how do you have a thought in your mind that a woman has no value? That don't even make any sense to me.
well, that's a statement that can only be made by someone derelict, usually derelict male, but in this case, I'm assuming it's a derelict Negro male um,
Mm-hmm.
who sees little value in himself.
Mm-hmm.
See, it doesn't matter the size of the bank account. Um, Self-esteem is a very important thing for a male to have. So, if you see no value, right, in
Mm-hmm.
women or in women in general, but specifically in your specific group of women,
Mm-hmm.
is because you have a low opinion of yourself. And the reason that is because men typically in all communities are the leaders. Not only are they the leaders, but they are responsible for the good and evil of said uh, condition or community or the environment.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying. But you see,
So,
here's the thing, right?
so,
They're
so,
saying that,
so
yeah,
I'm saying this is, so if they're saying that the women uh, don't have any value, well, what they're saying is that they have not created a conducive situation. They have not added value into their community, and therefore, because women are naturally predisposed to nesting in the environment, and they are inseparably tied to the environment. If the man has not opposed the environment effectively to the point to where not only is it a safe and comfortable spot to nest in for the women, but it adds value, right?
right,
And therefore, because of his lack of investment, um, he's not going to see any value. And the lack of investment stems from a lack of esteem. See, it's a poor self reflection. It's a poor, a very low opinion of oneself. Because understand that the condition of your community is a reflection of the esteem that men have in themselves.
mm-hmm.
And so, if you're saying that the women don't have any value, what you're saying is that you are, in particular, uh, don't have much esteem in yourself. See, they don't have any value because you don't have the esteem to invest in your own community to add value to it, so that the people that come up in that environment are
Mm-hmm.
valued. You see, value is something that is a group phenomenon that which adds value or subtracts value. Both are group phenomena, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a market, right? That's why the market. The market decides. Well, who is the market? It's the community of consumers that purchase said products. And so, if you're not investing, see, in order to have a product, you have to invest in something to manufacture or create something that is consumable. If you have not invested in said manufacturing process to create the type of products that you want, right? That you want
Right.
to consume, that you want to put on the market, then it's a poor reflection of self, right? It's kind of like a business owner, right?
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like a business owner, say a vacuum cleaner salesman, right?
Mm-hmm.
You think that vacuum cleaner salesman is going to sell many vacuums, if any at all? If he goes door to door, knocks on the door, says, "Look, I want you to buy this vacuum. It's really kind of valueless, but I want you to pay me something for it." Do you think he's going to sell any vacuums?
No,
Do you know why?
because he doesn't have any value in the he doesn't have any value in the vacuum cleaners.
Yes, he doesn't see value in the
No,
vacuum cleaners.
doesn't see any value.
But see, the problem comes in when he does not invest into either making the vacuum cleaner something that people want, a better
Exactly.
quality vacuum cleaner or a better performing vacuum cleaner. You see,
Hmm.
that's investment. And
But they
so,
don't see it that way. They see the woman as a standalone, right? They keep saying things like, well, the woman is irresponsible and she needs to be held accountable for her irresponsibility, which to me is nothing but a reaction off of the irresponsibility that is exhibited by the male in her environment. You see, they are reacting to our behavior. So if there is no leadership in the environment, there's no direction in the environment, there's no authority in the environment, okay, then you can't sit here and say that there is consequence for irresponsibility, because your irresponsibility trumps her irresponsibility, because hers is a reaction to yours.
yes.
So if there's so she's irresponsible, then you have created that with your irresponsibility
So,
because you're not a leader in your community.
yeah,
You see,
see,
you haven't made any reason for her to not be irresponsible. There was no consequence for her irresponsibility because that is the way you have allowed the environment to become an environment of no authority, no rules, no leadership. So therefore, she can't be held accountable for her irresponsibility.
so how does one expect, right? So the derelict Negro male has made it clear that he does not want to be a leader. He's made it clear he's not going to fix any problems. He's made it clear that, kind of like a child, right?
Right.
Like when you tell a child to do something, the child's first instinct is to say, "Well, I didn't do it." I, like say for instance, if you have a house of children, you tell them, "Look, wash, get the dishes washed, take out the trash." I didn't mess up the dishes. I didn't put all the trash in there. That's not what I said. Gave you a direct order. It said wash the dishes, said take out the trash. But I'm not the one that made all of these dishes and made all of this trash.
Yeah.
See, that that right there. See, that's how a child thinks.
Yeah. And that's the way they sound. They just don't get it, man. This is not, there's no freebies here. Okay? You get out what you put in. If you
But see,
put
it's a market.
nothing,
It's
huh?
but see, it's a market, right? See, I'm gonna use the model that the derelict Negro male likes to use, right?
Right.
They refer to it as a marketplace. They judge women based on the their quote unquote sexual marketplace value. That all humans in this marketplace have a sexual marketplace value. See, because it's always, when it's broken down, it always goes back to sex, sexual access or lack thereof.
Yeah, that's because a lot of them have the mentality, right? Sexual mentality of a teenage boy. 40, 45 years old, you still see a grown woman the way
Oh,
a
hold on.
teenage boy would see a
I
grown
had
woman.
something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, and so yeah, at the age of 40, 45, you still look at a grown woman the way a teenage boy will look at a grown woman. You don't have any control over your testosterone. You can't even hold a conversation with a grown woman without mentioning your phallus or making some kind of lewd sexual gesture. You see, that tells you right there that you have no self-control, right? You try to solve everything with sex. And then you want to blame the woman for creating a terrible environment that she has to deal with that you're supposed to be the leader of. If you aren't any leader in your community and you're not looked at as a leader, you have no authority in your community or your environment, then you can't sit here and say that the woman is irresponsible. You're the one that's irresponsible. If she's irresponsible, she learned it from you. You've allowed that irresponsibility to exist in your environment that you are supposed to be the leader of. So since you're the leader and you've allowed all this to happen, then her irresponsibility bears no consequence. When will you Negroes understand? The woman is reactionary. She is going to react to your terrible behavior, your terrible leadership. And you're giving her nothing to work with. If she is misbehaving, if she's in the community going reckless like you say she is, then that is a reflection on you. This is what you don't understand and don't want to accept. Ultimately, you are the culprit for her misbehavior. Now, I know a lot of you don't want to hear that, but that's what it is. I know you don't get it because you don't understand what being a man is all about. You see, being a man is, you have to be strong to be a man. See, being a man is not for the weak. It's not for the faint of heart. See, when you're a leader, you get all the smoke and none of the glory. The glory goes to the women. The smoke comes to us. We deal with the smoke because we are the leaders. We are the ones who move the mountains. We are the protectors. We are the one that tame the land. We are the one that protects. See, our glory comes in the treatment of our women. See, when our women walk around here radiant and not wanting or needing for anything, and are smiling and are floating around on air, that is our glory. Because that is a reflection on us as honorable men. Our women are happy. They want and they need for nothing. They are well taken care of and they are well protected. That is the reflection on honorable men. But you see, when your woman is running around here being a scavenger, calling you all kinds of names, calling your mother out of her name, disrespecting you, don't want to be around you, shitting on you, that is also a reflection on you. And that is not the reflection of honorable men. That is the reflection of weak, pathetic, derelict men. That is what yields that kind of behavior out of women. They are like that, it's because they come from an environment that has no leadership, has no men in their environment that are going to take responsibility for dealing with the environment and protecting them and taking care of the children. Those are the environments that they come out of, run down environments with no leadership. And that is the reflection of the men in that environment that they come from. Yeah, it's your fault. You didn't know that? I'm not, okay, yeah, abracadabra, I see what you're saying there, yeah. Hold on 1 second, people, let me double check mine. Okay, but yeah, so, again, exactly, Christina Williams. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, you don't hear that from real men. You only hear that from these dudes, these crybabies. Okay? These guys are going around here talking about save yourself, black man, and all this other nonsense. Red pill, blue pill. This is all nonsense. Okay, this is all coming from people, men who are irresponsible, men who don't want to be held accountable for anything. These are men, right, who want to be men, right? When you look at them, they want to look like men, right? But these are men who want to live with the mentality of a teenage boy. What does a teenage boy do? Play video games, sits on his mama's couch, okay? Talks to his young friends about what latest video game is out. That's what these grown men do. See, that's the kind of life they want to live. You see, they want to live, right, with another mother. They want the woman to pretty much act like a mother. They don't want her to be a mother, but they want her to act like a mother. They want her to sit there and ignore the fact that they want to be teenagers, even though they're 40 years old. They want to sit there and want her to ignore the fact that they're supposed to be responsible and taking care of business, right? But they don't want her to be an actual mother. They just want her to act like one. Hey, abracadabra, you see, you're typing a whole lot. How about you come up here on the panel so we don't have to go through all that reading and typing and stuff like that. Here, let me put the link in the chat. Okay. Because I can't keep stopping and reading that when I'm doing a show. So it's much easier if you come up here on the panel and we can have a back and forth. Okay. We can have a back and forth. All right. Rather than you typing these long paragraphs out in the chat room.
You know, Max, is this recently just happened on the Esteemed Taz Exclusives channel. Look, this is better to just come on the panel and talk about it.
I just told them that. I just put a link in that, dude. Don't worry about how you sound. We get it. You're from Germany, right? No one is going to make fun of you or act crazy. Just come up here and talk with us. We can have a conversation. You know, we don't usually do this long paragraph thing in the chat room because it takes away from the show. Just come up here and get in where you fit in, bro. Don't worry about how you sound. We good. I have an accent too. I have a northern accent. I'm not tripping. Sometimes people can't understand what I'm saying.
And you are, well, one thing about it, abracadabra, is you're absolutely incorrect. The only way to fight evil is to be a bigger evil. The only way to fight a beast is to be a more furious and ferocious beast. You want to destroy a monster? Well, you have to be a more savage one. Fire, you have to fight with fire. Okay?
Dude, just take the link and come on up. Don't worry about your accent. We'll figure it out. Okay, trust me, we'll get by. You'll be all right. Okay? But we just can't keep, you know, trying to do the show and you got these long, you know, responses when there's something that we can actually talk about. So go ahead, Commander Gray. You were saying before you got interrupted, you had to step off. You was talking about the dereliction of leadership. Some of these males, one can fight fire with water to eliminate the burning.
Yes.
Is that supposed to be profound, you know, Mr. Abracadabra? I mean, I'm just saying that you said one can fight fire with water to eliminate the burning. Yeah, I mean, that's supposed to be some profound saying or what?
So, like I was saying before, is to use the terminology of the derelict Negro male. Okay. Look at everything from these casino style rhetorics, um, which is really just an extension of white mainstream media. Everything is a marketplace. Um, so I think I talked about that already. The lack of investment is what creates a fucked up product. So if you're saying that the women have no value, well, you haven't invested anything in them in order to add value, right? It's called investment, right? But in the derelict Negro male, we just had this conversation over on the Esteemed Taz exclusives. Anytime
Mhm.
you're talking about masculinity, manhood, the role of man, what it means, what it's supposed to be, our role in society. Somehow it translates into, for the derelict Negro male, that is, translates into pandering and all that.
Mhm.
You see, um, when you talk about value, understand that if you don't see value in yourself, you won't see value in anything else. And that's why the community looks the way that it looks, because we have a critical mass of derelict Negro males. They don't view themselves as valuable. Isn't that what they're saying? The women don't value us. Isn't that what they're saying?
Mhm.
But the thing is that you have to value you. As a group of men, black men have to value each other. That's why I played the video last night, premiered the video last night of the esteemed Dr. Jawanze Kunjufu.
Mhm.
We have to reinforce ourselves. You see? We have to do the reinforcing of each other. That's how you add value. You're expecting women to value you, black women specifically, and you are making statements. You are behaving in a way that displays that you don't value yourself. So we're just talking about this. That's why you can run around and say, single baby mothers, which is a poor reflection on the men, right?
Mhm.
They say, oh, she chooses who she opens her legs to. What? You didn't value yourself because you couldn't tell that pussy no.
Yeah, no shit.
So if black women don't have value, right?
Mhm.
How little value must you have, considering that you lay down with this valueless creature? That's not a person who values themselves, right?
No.
If you're saying that black women don't have no value, but you continue to jump betwixt their thighs and every chance that you get, means you're a valueless creature. You don't have any values, and you don't see any value, not in yourself.
I still can't. I'm still having a problem with the fact that a man would even say something like that. Not a straight man anyway. You know, the things I hear these guys say, I would never say. I don't know where they get. How in the world do you even have that kind of thought in your head about a woman? Knowing what women really mean to us. I mean, knowing what a woman means to me as a man, I would never say a woman doesn't have any value. You have to be insane to say some crazy shit like that.
I mean, look where it stems from, right? Because see, they'll get mad, right? When they'll say, "Well, your mama black and this, that, and the third," right?
Right?
But you really examine it. You say black women don't have any value. I mean, that extends. That's a. They're really saying that their mothers, their father. I mean, their mother was valueless. They came from a valueless womb, right? They were born out of a valueless womb. They popped out of some super value pussy.
Hmm.
That's the cheap shit, right?
You think so? You see, when guys say stuff like that, then that gives validity to. Well, they're trying to in your way. They're trying to make these factions relevant. They want these guys to jump in these factions, these all boy clubs.
Well, let's understand something, okay? Because I already know where you got this from, right?
Hmm. Right.
If I'm running a campaign, if I'm running a campaign on the idea that black men should divest from their own community, the community they're responsible for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you run a campaign, what do all campaigns have in it? They have a boogeyman, Max.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, you need a boogeyman to run a successful campaign in order to sell someone on some bullshit. I mean, that's how charlatans run the game, right? So
Hold on 1 second, Sabuni. Hold on 1 second. Hey, abracadabra. Hey man, watch what you're saying to Kylie Jane, okay? All right, okay, because I'll take your wrench, bro. All right. She was just trying to help you out. Okay. No need to have any snappy responses towards her. She was just trying to help you out. Watch what you say to her going forward, okay? All right. This is not that kind of party. Yeah, go ahead, Julian.
okay,
Just make sure you don't.
okay, abracadabra. Max, why does he even have a wrench?
Okay. Poof. No more wrench. His wrench is gone.
Like, as a matter of fact, yeah, let's see, because if he's not going to, you're not going to hit the link, you're not going to engage, just time him out. Like, because it is a distraction, right?
Right.
And then what's gonna happen is that we're gonna keep talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's just gonna keep on typing, right? There's no reason for him to keep on typing. Like if you can type it, you can talk it. It's a lot easier to talk than it is to type.
Well, he
What's up,
claims
Max
that
and
he doesn't.
Cerulean?
He claims that he has an accent, which I told him that that's fine. We don't care about that. Just come on up here. We'll figure it out. He doesn't want to do that. So,
Like it's much easier to talk and communicate than is the type. Typing is actually a very complex system of numbers and letters that you combine with your fingers in order to make lengthy statements that it would take you literally a fraction of the time to say it.
And when you guys always talk about the community, what exactly are you talking about?
You are the community.
What's up, bottom to the top? How you doing, bro?
Hey, what's going on, Max? And yeah, that's what I agree. I think it's a combination of all of us that are taking part in the American society.
Tika, what I always have a difficulty understanding is that they say, okay, let the community burn, right? They always say things like divest from the community, like you are the community. How do you divest from yourself?
Yeah, because every time I hear everyone talk, I think when they talking about the community, or I keep thinking that they're talking about the hood, because that's mostly where all this negative concept is coming from.
The hood is included.
Well, the
Every time I
community,
hear it, it seems like the majority of what these people are talking about is strictly hood only.
well, you really examine what they're saying, right? One, when you talk about the community, you're talking about a diverse collection of groups of people, a diverse collection of families, a diverse collection of individuals. And so when you talk about the community, it's, what they're saying really is they're trying to dodge responsibility of uh, doing what they know needs and ought to be done, not only for themselves but for their posterity. They don't really understand these concepts because things like future, legacy, these things are so abstract. And so because they don't see a future in themselves, it's easy to say community, right? Let the community burn, divest from the community, and all of these things. But it further reveals a deep level of not only self-hatred, but self-loathing, lack of self-esteem, lack of pride. Because I mean, look at this. How funny is this? You are the community, but you're gonna let the community burn. You're the community, but you're gonna divest from it. And then when you talk about if you're gonna say that the community is a hood, what perception, what low kind of perception that a person has to think that all of us just live in a hood.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what it sounds like. You know, when I'm hearing it, that's not all of us. That's what are you talking about? And
The
so
hood is a part of us. Like a hood
here's the thing.
part of the
I've been
broader
agreeing with
all the community
what you guys.
umbrella, right?
I've been agreeing with you guys are saying, but these guys are learning this stuff from someone or something, and I don't know where they're getting this stuff from, but that's their interpretation of how they perceive the world, and to their thinking it becomes true, which is not true.
I mean, they just think that black folk, like all of us, just live in the hood. That's what, like that's a really low opinion of what blackness is. Like blackness is much mean, you live in the hood and you are the hood, and um, you know, it's to falsely assume that we all just live in the hood.
So one of the other questions, going back to the topic about women don't have any value. Um,
Bottom to the top. Turn your mic up a little bit.
I just have to speak a little closer.
There you go. There you
Um,
go.
So, like I said, they are learning this stuff from someone. So to them is, why should they take responsibility for another adult?
Well, that's what, I mean, humans have always done. Is take responsibility for each other, look out for each other. It's the one thing that humans have always done to survive. I mean, that's how we got here. At some point in time, the group has to take responsibility for the individual and the individual for the group. What is a family? Right? What is a family? Does a son stop being your son just because he's an adult? Still take responsibility for him, do you not? Same with a daughter or a niece or a nephew, a cousin. That's what humans have always done. It's like the one thing that is static and fixed and written in stone. Humans need each other. We're an interdependent species, as are all things within the ecosystem. They're independent on one another.
So have you been debating some of these guys?
Debate them for what? Like what is there to debate about, really? I mean,
Well,
because like I can state all of the facts, right? And all it is an opinion, and it's really just an old um, uh, trope from academic debates about individualism versus collectivism. Collectivism being the natural state of man, individualism being some new shit as a result of, um, decadence, the age of decadence, right before the decline. And whenever the decline happens, people return back to their natural state, which is collectivism. That's a fact. That's empirical.
I've been listening to some of them talk, and sometimes they'll throw out stuff about all these statistics about, the community is run by single parent household, and, they're raising their children and stuff like that. And it's just, I don't know. I, I don't know their thinking. That's why I was trying to ask, have you debated them?
Yeah, I've debated quite a few of them as far as like individualism, collectivism, um, single motherism, all of these isms. I've basically laid them all in the grave. If they're still spewing them after I've laid them all in the grave, it's just
So why are they still rising?
it's the um, popularity, fear. You know, we live in not only the age of social media, but we also live in the reality TV age, and we also live in the um, age of popular opinion, right? And people tend to go with the majority or what's popular, not necessarily what's right, not necessarily what's natural, not necessarily what's just. You see, and that's what it really is. The reason why they're rising is because it's popular right now. And they don't want to uh, for the most part, they don't want to be viewed as the outsider and be ostracized. Very few humans have the capacity to go against what's popular and aspire to what's right or natural. Very few. How a majority of people operate is they see a good they see an idea they think is a good idea until it's a horrible idea, until they realize a horrible idea. And even whenever they realize a horrible idea, most people will stick with the horrible idea, right? Stick with the horrible idea because it's popular. Even if that idea leads to self-termination, even if that idea leads to more degradation, even if that idea leads to decline, they'll still stick with it. Like, take for instance the red pill stuff, right? See, most of these guys will never admit to themselves that they've really been taken for fools. Um, with what I suspect is a CIA or some kind of counterintelligence movement that has dressed itself up as a uh, gender war or men's rights, right? They'll never admit it. They've been taken for a fool. The same way most Christians will never um, say um, do away with Christianity, even whenever they realize or even know without superstition that is a horrible idea. They'll never do away with it. The reason why is because one, there's a lot of Christians, and because there's so many Christians, they assume that it's right. It's the reason why a lot of black folks still are in the church. Church hasn't done anything to improve the conditions of their lives, but they still do it. Why? Because so many other people go there, and then it's a way that they connect with other people, because that's what humans, really, that's kind of one of our imperatives for survival, right? Is to group together in any way we can.
Well, look, I can't disqualify a person's belief or how they view the world. Um, but what I can tell you is that when a person believes into something, um, how can you use what that person believes and try to make the world that they see a little bit better? Um, because if all these people are educated, and if they're having problems with the woman, especially the BW woman, then there has to be a way for them to succeed in that type of environment where they can feel um, adequate. And so instead of, hey, I'm going to cast you out as well, figure out a better alternative, a better solution that be more conductive to all of us as a whole.
Well, yeah. See, the thing is that they're looking at it completely wrong, because adequacy is just something that you either are or you aren't. It's not a feeling. It's not an emotion. Adequacy is not an emotion.
Like for instance, say if I graduate from college, you know, I believe I should be able to get, whatever that job is and that salary to that job. But if I don't get it, then I'm going to start crying about it instead of looking for another solution where, hey, let me go apply myself somewhere else. And so this is what's going on there. It's more of a like entitlement. Hey, you know, I reach a certain level, then I should get a certain respect. And then if these women are not respecting me, it's not my fault, it's their fault. And so, you know, we just got to look at, you know, sometimes we have to step back from ourselves and what we believe ourselves to be self-true, and look at what they believe to be self-true, and try to coerce that in a better form, or a light that they can see and be like, you know what, maybe you're right.
I mean, see, then it comes down to, I mean, that's their belief though. Because now we're arguing, you know, with beliefs again, you see? See, it's interesting because Elliot Rodger, right? He would say that same thing, like, I don't see what they don't see in me, quote unquote, I'm the perfect guy because I have money, I have education, I have access and privilege. They should be, you know, fucking with me and not with these obnoxious guys, right? That's what he was saying. So it's a belief. He believed himself to be better, superior, and all this other shit. Right?
Yeah, but did he ever pick up a book about women? Because, you know, technically, you know, men, we shouldn't even understand women. But, you know, there has to be something that guy is doing that he's not doing. There has to be something that he's not learning, or he's not getting the memo.
No, he's not getting the memo, and it's not a book about women that he should be picking up. It should be picking up a book about men. See, that's clearly the state, you know, because that's clearly the statement of a man who doesn't understand himself, right?
And I would agree with you on that. You see the difference? Like, you see, I take what I say and say, look, you should pick up a book about women. And then you counter with that and you say, no, I should pick up a book. You should pick up a book about men. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. And that's how it works. So it's not so much a belief. It's just what the person views. That's his personal view. Then it has nothing to do with anything. That can change. That can change overnight. That can change tomorrow. That can change right now. So it's just how you look at it. It's just, oh, I get it. I've been acting like a woman all this time. That's why women don't like me. Oh, let me act like a man.
Yeah, I need to pick up a book on masculinity because, you know, my father, who despite being a Hollywood superstar, was derelict and never taught me how to be a man. So I need to learn how to be a man. Why would he pick up a book about women? Why? So he could, you know, get trapped in this emotional downward spiral where he just comes to learn that to hate women and therefore hate himself or hate the qualities that he sees in himself. Like, listen to this clip here. Let's check this clip, right?
Loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled desires.
Or abuse.
For the last 8 years of my life, ever since I've hit puberty, I've been forced to endure an existence of loneliness,
or abuse,
rejection,
or abuse,
and unfulfilled desires,
or abuse.
It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution, the day in which I will have my revenge again.
So my position is, now we go back to my statement about the woman lying down, face down in a pool of her own blood.
Girls gave their affection and sex and love to other men, but never to me.
Mumi Obsidian Ali.
But never to me.
Mumi Obsidian Ali.
Girls gave their affection and sex and love to other men, but never to me.
Mumi Obsidian Ali.
Girls gave their affection and sex and love to other men, but never to me.
Because they are the ones who are choosing which men get to pass on their genes and which do not.
But never to me.
Because they are the ones who are choosing which men get to pass on their genes and which do not.
but never to me.
It's black women's fault.
Rejection
Or abuse.
and unfulfilled desires.
Or abuse.
But I will punish you all for it. It's an injustice,
A crime, because I don't know what you don't see in me.
I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy.
See, they always look. This is clearly a dude that never learned how to be a man. Like, take for instance, Obsidian's father was a Marine. And see, I'm gonna have to at some point in time separate the parents from the kids, because this nigga's 50 something. And if he had his father in his life, which he did, then I can't put that on the father, right? If his father was able to carry a productive, meaningful relationship and lead a family, and the father held everything down, and the son is incapable, that's not the dereliction on the father. That's dereliction on the son. Because how can you have an example of a strong male, right?
No,
in your face, and still not be able to live up to the image of that strong male? That right there, I would say, is an individual failure.
see what they don't understand is, right, when you say shit like a woman face down her own blood, right? You see, all you do is transfer that kind of hatred right back into the women. And then when it gets into the women, it gets stronger. Okay? Then they come and they say something even more hateful from the hatred that they got from you. That's all you're doing. When you say these things, when these guys come out and say these kind of hateful things, all you're doing is transferring that hatred right back into the woman, and it's going to multiply, and she's going to give it right back to you. She's going to start saying shit like she hope all male babies die. She hope that mothers abort their male babies or throw them off a roof, okay? Because of the hatred that you are putting out towards her, right? It's going to come right back at you, and it's going to be multiplied because you're dealing with a female. So the feelings are going to be stronger, and the hatred is going to be much, much, much more than what you put out. That's all you're doing. So all you're doing, you're creating more hatred in women when you say those kinds of things. And then when you say these kinds of things, and when they start saying that they want all male babies dead and kill all male babies or whatever, then people start talking about, man, why are they saying stuff like that? Well, they're saying stuff like that because we got idiots saying stuff like women, choking on their own blood, face down in the street in their own blood.
I mean, listen to this. Listen to this shit. Listen to this shit though, Max.
Loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled desires.
I'm gonna play it all the way through.
Or abuse.
For the last
let's not do it again, please, brother. Please. Save us all.
It's important. It's important because
or abuse.
Rejection.
Or abuse.
It's not. It's just very annoying.
Or abuse.
Listen, when you hear women saying these kind of crazy things, this is where the hatred comes from.
The day.
So are we gonna fight hate with hate, or what's the deal?
So my position is, now we go back to my statement about the woman lying down, face down in a pool of her own blood.
Girls gave their affection.
So this complete cycle.
Sex,
how do you crush the hate?
love to other men, but never to me.
I mean, just
me, Obsidian Ali.
Like, listen
Never
closely to what he's really saying.
Ali.
Girls gave their affection
In sex, in love,
and love to other men,
but never to me.
Me, Obsidian Ali.
Girls gave their affection
in sex, in love,
and love
to other men, but never to me.
Because they are the ones who are choosing which men get to pass on their genes and which do not.
See,
but never.
That's horrible. Man.
Because they are the ones who are choosing which men get to pass on their genes and which do not.
But never to me.
That's pathetic.
It's black women's fault.
Rejection
or abuse
and unfulfilled desires.
abuse.
but I will
Wow.
punish you all for it. It's an injustice,
A crime.
because
I don't know what you don't see in
I
me.
don't know what you don't see in me. I'm
I'm the perfect guy.
I say black women must feel pain.
But I will punish you all for it.
I say black women must feel pain.
But I will punish you all for it.
Tell them that they spent their best years fucking and sucking the worst of black men.
Girls gave their
Hey,
affection and sex
Dad just gave me like, what the hell?
to other men.
Tell them
Talk media.
that they spent their best years fucking and sucking the worst of black men.
Girls gave their affection and sex to other men.
That was pretty funny though.
Us brothers will get the last laugh.
It's an injustice,
a crime.
because
I don't know what you don't see in me.
I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy.
I'm the perfect guy.
Because we're the smartest and we're better in every way imaginable.
In every way
Perfect
imaginable.
guy.
Wow, that's wow, man.
And all these
Obnoxious men.
Wow.
Tell them that they spent their best years fucking and sucking the worst of black men.
I'm the perfect guy.
The perfect guy.
Because we're the smartest
We're the smartest.
and we're better in every way imaginable.
I don't know what you don't see in me.
Because we're the smartest and we're better.
You will finally see that I am, in truth, the superior one,
Wow, that's pretty bad.
the true alpha male.
Because we're the smartest.
You will finally see
That's pretty
I
bad.
am, in
Listen
truth,
to what
the
he's
superior
saying.
one, the true alpha
Alpha
male.
And we're better.
And we're better.
After I've annihilated every single girl in the sorority house, I'll take to the streets of Isla Vista and slay every single person I see there.
So my position is, now we go back to my statement about the woman lying down, face down in a pool of her own blood.
You are animals, and I will slaughter you like animals. I'll be a god, exacting my retribution on all those who deserve it. And you do deserve it.
So my position is, now we go back to my statement about the woman lying down, face down in a pool of her own blood.
Just for the crime of living a better life than me.
So my position is, now we go back to my statement about the woman lying down, face down in a pool of her own blood.
Just for
Now,
Wow.
now, see, while proclaiming that he's better, right? While proclaiming that he's better, that he's superior, right?
Right.
He's saying that he's going to slaughter these people just for living a better life than him. See, look again, projection.
Wow.
It's projection. So this guy clearly, even this guy Elliot Rodger, he didn't have a high opinion of himself. Otherwise, what would make him make that statement? You're the perfect guy, but you're living a better life than me, so I'm gonna slaughter you. Now we go back to the statement about the woman lying down, face down, in a pool of her own blood. Those are Obsidian's words, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just for living a better life than me. Because I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy. Stab, stab.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Funny thing is, Elliot Rodger wasn't even rejected. The chicks that he's had the same problem that Obsidian had, right? The women that were checking for him, he wasn't checking for them, right? He wanted the object of his desires, right? See, for Elliot Rodger, that was the tall volleyball playing, blonde haired, blue eyed, so called beauty queen. For Obsidian, It's the big bottom, small waist, big breasted,
You mean
black
Jessica Rabbit type?
beauty model.
The Jessica Rabbit type?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, he wanted that good old fashioned comic book femininity that just doesn't really happen that often in nature.
Hmm.
Oh, 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 oh. I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy. Like, are you?
Now, don't tell me this is all about guys who can't get any pussy, man. I refuse to believe it's about that. Say it ain't so.
It's so, Max.
Oh my God. So you coming out here, you hollering and screaming about black female fuckery. You're saying women are the worst thing on earth simply because you can't get any pussy.
Let me tell you guys my 2 cents. I don't think it's about pussy. I think it's about black pussy. It's just not just any pussy. I think it's about black pussy.
Yes. It
So
is.
they want a black woman. They just don't know how to get it.
And they seem to think that things would be different if they went to another country. Well, if you can't get any black women over here, you won't get none over there either.
Yeah.
Man.
But see, that's but you listen to what both of these guys are saying. They're saying essentially the same thing. These are people that do not value themselves. So when you ask, okay, what would possess a guy to say something like, black women don't have any value? Well, that's a reflection of how he values himself. He doesn't value himself.
Wow, that's pretty bad.
They say, "Oh, black women don't have any value." In other words, see, understand that in narcissistic personality disorder, right? First, they idealize, right,
Mm-hmm.
and then they, denigrate, devalue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Devaluation is a part of the narcissistic personality disorder. It's part of the cycle. First, they idealize, in which they put their victims on such a high pedestal. And they do that really to gaslight their victim, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that once their victim makes a single mistake or misstep, it makes it easier for them to devalue them. Right?
Right.
Then once they devalue them, then they discard them.
I agree, Cynthia. I agree with that 100%.
And then whenever you understand that,
uh-huh.
and then whenever you understand the discarding part, discarding is also synonymous with divest. See, this is all a narcissist. It's a part of the narcissism cycle. He idealized black women, so I put him on such a high pedestal, even he couldn't reach it. Well, he could barely reach the Captain Crunch on the second shelf, let alone the pedestal he put black women on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an attempt to gaslight black women so that whenever they have a hiccup or have a setback, whether minor or major, or a single misstep, now they can devalue. Oh, you're a complete piece of shit. You're worthless. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And when something is worthless, what do you do with it? You throw it away. That's why these derelict Negro males, they do everything they can to separate themselves from the community when they are the community. And if they are the community, that means that they don't have a high value, or they don't value themselves whatsoever.
Man, these niggas worrying about pussy. Man, we out here losing, bro. I mean, do they understand that we're losing, man? Other competing groups of men are running a circle around us. We're losing.
But why are they running a circle around us? It's because we're focused on
Niggas
and
is
not
worrying
power.
about pussy, man. Niggas don't have their head right.
Because niggas are focused on pussy and they're not
Yeah.
on power.
We're out here losing.
No, you don't solidify yourself as a leader. Don't solidify yourself as a man, as a masculine man. Right? Don't solidify yourself as that. Do not to solidify yourself or reinforce yourself with the power of the group. Right?
Mm-hmm.
No, just make your job easier. Take the path of least resistance. Blame the fairer sex. The reason why it's so easy to blame the fairer sex, well, that's what you do with soft targets, right?
Well,
Soft targets. The cowards always target the soft target. See, this is something crazy, right? I was just over on the Steam Taz exclusives, right? And there's a guy that wrote something in the chat. Said, "Oh, you keep caping, right?"
Caping.
Yeah, he said that I'm caping and that I'm placating the women, right? The white knight, right? That's why I did the video about the white knights, right? And redefining the word simp. Is because understand a knight, just like a superhero in a cape, they're similar archetype, right?
But
They protect the helpless. They protect the weak.
But Saruni, don't you think after all our women have gone through and what they are going through, that they deserve a little bit of caping? I mean, wait a minute, let's define what caping is first. What is caping?
Coming to the aid of someone in need.
That is caping. Well, I may as well get my cape then, because I ain't gonna never stop doing that.
No, but you have to understand, like I said, superheroes and knights, right? They come from the same archetypal constellation, right?
Mm-hmm.
They both stand in between the victimizer and the victim. They come to the aid of the helpless. They come to the rescue for people in dire need of being saved from some impending doom, tragedy, or imposed trauma by another human being. Right? So when the Negro, especially the derelict Negro male, says that you're caping or you're white knighting, I don't think there's anything to be ashamed about.
Wait a minute, man. Wait. So if we see a woman in distress or a woman that's in need of help, or if we feel that we want to compliment a woman or say something kind to a woman, that's white knighting and caping. I gave a pregnant woman in the store, what was it? I was in the store 3 days ago in the Walmart. I saw a pregnant black woman. I gave her $20.
No, but
taking back on the baby.
But we're talking about
caping?
But wait, we're talking about projection, Max. Right?
All right, here's what I think caping is.
Because what it
It's-
implies, what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me go ahead and tell you guys. All right, caping is taking a woman's insecurities and feeding off of that. So in a nutshell is you're taking a woman's insecurities and putting that at the very, very top and saying it's okay that you're doing jacked up crap.
No, that's called enabling. That's not caping.
Yeah, that's not caping. That's bullshit.
Okay. Well,
That's
what it's
That's called enabling. See, a lot of these people they run around here using these psychological terms don't know the definition. So in the so-called manosphere, whether it's white, black, alien, or otherwise, right? They'll say things. That's actually called enabling, according to the psychological term, right?
okay. All right. So,
Like,
here's another example of caping. All right. So the woman breaks up with a guy. He's like, yeah, he's no good for you. He's using everything to get into that woman's pants. Is that caping?
No, look, that's actually a part of the narcissist cycle, right? That's idealization. See, the idealization. Once the man puts her on there, see the guy that's saying that to the woman, that's actually a part of enablement too, but it's a part of idealization, right? Because what is he saying? Okay, she deserves better. In other words, what the guy who's trying to get in her pants is saying, you deserve better, i.e., quote unquote, you deserve me, right?
So if you hold the door open for a woman or pull a chair out for a woman, is that caping?
No, that's just called courtesy, Max.
Oh, okay.
That's just called courtesy, Max. When they say caping, see, when I'm trying to give you as a lesson in projection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they say caping, what they're
I'll pay all your bills, lady. Hey, don't worry about it. I'll pay your rent. I'll pay your car note. Oh, what can I do to help you?
Well, that something right? Like, so
now that one,
I don't know. It depends if that man knows that woman or not, right?
Exactly.
You need your nails done? Here. You
No,
need your feet rubbed?
that's all tricking. See, we gotta be distinct with terms. That's called being a trick daddy. Okay. You know,
I mean, if you know the woman and you want to do
baby, he making you cry. Here, come over here. I'll dry your eyes for you.
See, that's enablement and idealization. That's the beginning stage of the narcissistic cycle. Now,
I mean,
I'm trying to give you a lesson in projection, Max, so you understand. Whenever you say caping, whenever you hear the derelict Negro male say caping or white knighting, what they are saying,
Captain Save a Hoe.
Yeah, the Captain Save a Hoe. What they're saying is that they have intentional and willful, malicious intent to impose trauma on these women.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But see, understand something like so. We have to get some like tricking and you have tricking and then investment. Those are two different things, right? Idealization, that's a part of the narcissist cycle. You see? That's where they put them on a pedestal. They say, oh, you deserve better than that guy. Well, I just really want to put I really just want to put you in the bed with me, right? I don't really care about you like that, but you deserve better, i.e., which translates into you deserve me, or really what it translates into is you deserve this dick tonight, right? That's what it translates into. Now, that's an idealization. Once he puts his dick into her, now he's putting her on this even higher pedestal. Like now that you've chosen me, and now that you're here, and I placed you up here, now if you make one misstep, now I can start devaluing you. It's a really vicious cycle, Max.
Mm.
And whenever they say caping, right? That's also a part of the devaluation cycle, because what they're saying is that she doesn't deserve to be saved. In other words, she doesn't deserve to be treated as a human being. She doesn't deserve to be treated with any courtesy. Right?
Uh-huh.
So in other words, if you save her, I can't impose trauma on her. I can't abuse her if you save her, because I think I have the right to abuse her.
So where's this abuse coming from? Is this some kind of internal thing that comes out of childhood? I mean, I'm not a psychologist.
And
here,
it all comes out of it. Look, we are the way we are from the age of 12 and on. The way we are at 12 is the way we are in adulthood. The only thing that's different is we learn to change the bad habits and sometimes the good habits in adulthood, right? We learn how to change it. It's abuse, Max. In their minds, their perception is that this woman's misstep or her mistake or this, that, and the third is abuse to them. That's perceived trauma. How they return or respond is with actual trauma. Okay? And yeah, I do need to do some day drinking. They'd be killing me with these things, Max. Like, you go around YouTube, right? You're watching this shit that you know triggers the fuck out of you. And then you just start seeing red. You got steam coming out of your nose. And then you go live. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Dame Frankie, is that I'm a Black Knight. See, the Black Knight not only stands in the way of evildoers, but he's the villain. He's the villain that also smites down the motherfucker. Like, see, the White Knight will just like throw a guy off with his shield. The Black Knight is going to smite the guy trying to impose trauma. Gonna split his fucking skull open with a broadsword. So you know the difference between a White Knight and a Black Knight? If you remember Game of Thrones, right? Old boy from the House of Martell, the spear fighter, he would be a White Knight. The Hound would be a Black Knight. Yeah, he's gonna throw it off you, but he's gonna smack you over the side of the head with that broadsword. Well, Martell, he's just gonna, play around. He's just gonna disable you, but he's gonna let you live. So really, he's not gonna let you live. And you look at the projection, right? These dudes would literally take, for instance, these dudes really would take a woman's story, right? and would somehow apply it to a story of a woman that did him wrong in the past with a similar situation and try to make her pay in substitute as a substitute for the woman that really did him fucked up. That's, but see, when I was saying it last year that we've all been manufactured in the biggest, baddest narcissist manufacturing plant the world ever seen, you thought that it was a joke, but now you're seeing the narcissist cycle of idealization, devaluation, and then discarding. Now, why you hear these guys talk about divest, save yourself, black man? That's discarding in the narcissistic cycle, right? And you got dudes right around YouTube talking about, the main reason why women do this, the main reason why women do that, the main reason why. Like, it's like what they're really saying is the main reason why I'm a derelict. The main reason why I've been derelict in my masculinity my whole life. This is interesting stuff. Like, I'm going to divest, but I'm a complain about this. Like, why are you complaining about something you're divesting from?
I got a quick question. They've been throwing out statistics about small percentage of the dudes are getting all the women. Now, how true is that?
That's a bunch of bullshit, right? Because when you look at the percentage of fatherless men, it's about 43%. You look at the percentage of childless women, it's just around 50%. It's about 50% of childless, 50% of black women are childless. 43% of black men are childless. So what does that tell you? It's about the equal amount of sex going around on both sides. But what happens is that the derelict Negro male, because the derelict Negro male doesn't really understand statistics, he thinks that statistics are empirically factual, and they're not. It's only circumstantial at best, because it only tells you how many, and it doesn't really tell you. It doesn't really tell you it's really circumstance, because all it tells you is how many. It doesn't tell you anything else, and it doesn't tell you what group or what peer group, right, that they pull it from. Like, you could go to the CDC website right now and look at that statistic. It's not going to tell you what group and with whom they were paired with to make that statistic.
All right. Here's the question. Do you believe he should get sloppy seconds?
You get sloppy seconds at everything. Sloppy third, sloppy fourth. I mean, you look at take for instance, again, applying their logic on all things marketplace, right? They look at human beings as a commodity, right? So, and all human beings have a sexual marketplace value. So you look at take for instance this idea that man's getting sloppy seconds. Man's getting sloppy seconds with everything.
Seems to be the only thing that they're interested in, the sex part.
But see that. But you listen. I mean, you listen to the rhetoric, right? Because if that's the case, everything is sloppy seconds. So you divest from your community, right? Like, because understand something, right? They're saying sloppy seconds. That's also a guy with a low opinion of himself.
Of course.
Because by his estimation, he himself would be sloppy seconds and thirds and fourths and fifths, and multiply that by how many women he's been with over the course of his life. I mean, some of these motherfuckers are sloppy, 15ths and 20ths, right?
Mm-hmm.
So hey, look, I'm a firm believer of guys checking other guys or men checking men, but what are you gonna say for the other side? How do you combat that? Because it seems like the same narrative is going out on both ends. But everything that you're saying right now with the women, that stuff doesn't make any sense.
Well, let's look at this. Like, right, like Vonda Harris just put a comment. Gratitude, Sting Lady Vonda, say, "You buying that chair? Somebody already sat in it, right?" Understand something, right? You go buy a new car off the lot. It's already got miles on it. Why? Because somebody already test drove it.
Absolutely. Same thing with a truck. You buy a truck, it don't come without miles on it because they have to drive the truck up to your location.
It's like you go to a furniture store, you could buy a brand new chair right off the fucking floor, right? Somebody sat in that motherfucker to see how comfortable it was.
Yeah, no doubt.
Or you thought they just buy a fucking chair, right? Not sitting in it. How many people do you think sat in the motherfucker before you bought that couch?
The people who work this.
Some people, this is like the people that probably sat in it before decided, well, this chair was a little too rich for my blood, a little too expensive, a little too cost intensive.
So look, if everyone in this world is trying to devalue the man, and now we're turning the tables and say, hey, we want to devalue the women. What's next? What's this end result going to be? What's it going to look like?
The tables by saying you devalue. Wait a minute. How would you turn to the tables by saying that you devalue women?
But you're not.
I'm not trying to say turning tables. What I'm saying is you're turning the tables. Okay, so if the men are being devalued, and the man is going around and turning the tables, taking that anger towards the women and trying to devalue the women, what's going to be the end results if that succeeds?
Well, it's called cultural inversion, right? All it's doing is creating a cycle in which, well, ultimately men will lose that, because all you do is creating a cycle in which you're continuing to be devalued. The thing is with black men specifically is that black men are being devalued. They're not being devalued necessarily by black women, because, like, take for instance, everybody's been harping on the Harriet Tubman movie, right? Why were they harping on the Harriet Tubman movie? Because it had this mystical, magical, fictional bounty hunter that was a black man, right? That didn't exist in history.
And all of the Negro males that she freed, they were all coons and house niggas.
And so it turned, you devalue, you try to quote unquote flip the tables by devaluing the women, right? How do you think that translates? Well, it translates into hate for black boys. Because again, the hate for men doesn't begin in manhood, it begins in boyhood.
Yeah, they really shitted on black men in this movie, man.
Yeah, so you're almost there with my point. Like, the men it's off the table. That's already gone. We already know where that's headed. We already get it. There needs we all need some improvement. But what I'm trying to say is, you see the constant attack on men. Now, if that continues, and now our focus is on attack the women, what are you gonna have left?
Well, what you just gotta have left is a cycle. Really, the fact that the men are attacking the women is a result of weak men. Like what you're saying is already happened. Like the end result is already happening, right?
No, no, no. It's what you see right now is yeah. I get the cycle. I get the cycle, but you're playing a dangerous game when the women are devalued.
Yeah, it's just meant to be endless, so that
You see what Max was kind of saying earlier in the show. He was saying that nobody's going to care about a 11-year-old girl getting manhandled by a man.
No, they don't care.
So
They didn't
that's
care.
right there is a huge problem that things are just even got worse for
No, but
everyone.
they're like that now. That's something that already happened. That happened what a couple of about a month or so ago with the 11-year-old girl really getting her head knocked off by the 6'7", 300-pound white man, and these niggas didn't care. They blamed the little girl.
Wow.
They blamed her.
Now, if that toxic spreads, it's going to be
Spread is
really
already
really
spread.
bad for
Niggas
everyone.
running around here. How do you think we got to this today?
No
Black
wonder, no
women.
wonder you should be
It
hot.
done went from that to black women don't have any value.
See, I always tell people, I keep telling people, man, life's gonna humble you. All these dudes that are talking all this crap about women, you know they're gonna have daughters, right?
I don't know if some have daughters or not. I know some of them do. Yeah, yeah, some of them have daughters. I don't know like they all have daughters. I know some of them have daughters. I know one dude said he would have blamed his own daughter. Had that been his daughter, he would have blamed her. You put your hands on my 11-year-old daughter, this, man, I don't even want to, I can't
We
even,
got it. There's certain things you just can't come back from. We got the message loud and clear,
I
brother.
can't even repeat what I would die. No. And to hear these guys, you should have heard these dudes, man. They had this, it's her fault. She was a threat. Should have never put her hands on him, her little tiny hands on this big old man. It's supposed to hurt this big old dude, man. This is an 11-year-old girl, armed with an angry face and tiny fists. And that's supposed to be some kind of threat. And then it went from that to they had the panel where you had about eight men, six, at least six on the panel talking about they hate their black mothers. So it's already here, man. Hello? Where'd you guys go?
I'm still here, Max.
Now, what do you think this is going to come to, Civilian? At some point, it's got to come to a crescendo.
Yeah. See, I did the video. I talked about this, right? Where the whole red pill shit, the whole red pill thing is really the reason why it had to be promoted in black male spaces is the same reason, is the same exact reason why feminism had to be sold to black women in the same manner. Is because nobody believes white males are victims. It's hard to sell a broader society on the idea that white men are victims. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so he sold it to the black man, right? Get him to buy into it. It's really to reestablish white male hegemony, right? White male dominance. The Negro male does not understand these things. And what the crescendo is going to be is whenever you have a black version of Elliot Rodger, okay? That's what we're seeing. And then whenever that happens, now the black man is in even a worse spot, because now not only is he the face of laziness, now he's the face of rape, now he's the face of toxic masculinity, but he's also the face of mass shooters now.
Mm-hmm.
If he's the face of mass shooters, he could be labeled a domestic terrorist, right? Now the BIE thing can stick.
I agree with that, Vonda. No, Vonda, that's not going to work either. One of the most famous ones in the manosphere, right? Already said if that had happened to his daughter, what he would have done was pick her up, take her to the hospital, and ask her, well, now what have you learned? That's what he said. Never said nothing about retaliating to the white man who nearly knocked his daughter's head off, nothing like that. Just said he solely blamed his own daughter and said that had it been his daughter, he just would have picked her up off the ground, took her to the hospital. And while she was in there in the hospital, he would have asked her, now, what have you learned? And not only did he say, and check this out, and he was backed up. Guys, when he said that, there were guys supporting what he said. Other black men supporting what he said. So that crescendo has came and gone, Miss Wanda. It is, Cynthia. It is disgusting. And it's one of the most cowardly things I ever heard come from a man who has a daughter. Feel sorry for his daughter. Really feel bad for his daughter. That's what her father, that's the kind of father she has. And you had men in there, other men in there, co-signing it. Are you sure? Oh man, oh man, when that happened, man, he's not the only one. You should have heard. There was a few of these Negroes. Oh, it's her fault. She should never put her hands on him. She should have never did this. She should have never. Oh, you got to be kidding. Wow, wow. Even when you had the situation of the woman that was in Walmart parking lot teaching her daughter how to drive, and she was pregnant. And they over there mind their own business, then they get approached by some old disgusting race soldier, right? You should have heard what the men said about her. She should have kept her fat ass in the car. She should have kept her fat mouth. First of all, there's no law saying she can't get out of her car. Two, she was minding her own business, teaching her daughter how to drive. Three, it's no coincidence that none of these cats was running their mouth. Say anything about the race soldier who came up and pretty much picked her out because she was a soft target. She was pregnant. No, you should have kept her fat ass in the car. They got skinny face cats, scary dudes. What kind of a real man is afraid of physical conflict? These dudes are scared of everything. They're even afraid of videos. Even a video of some kind of friction scares these dudes. That's why I made a video about a week or so ago, saying I feel sorry for the Black woman today, because the men that represents this generation, they are the weakest of the weak. I have no idea how you're going to make it through this generation with these kind of weak men. They are the weakest. I've never seen anything like this. Yeah, Rhonda. Yeah, Rhonda. And the guy who said that's kind of famous here on YouTube. All y'all know who he is. I just ain't said his name, but all y'all seen him. All y'all know him. And he ain't the only one. I mean, these cats don't have no compassion, even for little Black girls. No, she should have. That's Black female fucking, man. She 11 years old. No, that's Black female fucking. She should have never put her hands on nobody. Dude, come on, man. This is a child. No, she too. I mean, you should have heard the coward. The cowardice was just crazy. I mean, it's sickening to the stomach to hear grown men so goddamn cowardly. You guys are afraid of conflict, Mr. Gray.
As most of this new generation is.
I mean, if you can't fight, I mean, what good are you? You're supposed to be a man. You can't fight. That's what we live for. We live for conflict. You can't fight. You can't throw your hands up. You can't defend yourself. You can't fight. But they are, yeah. Well, I don't know what that comment is. But yeah, Mr. Gray, they seem to be afraid of conflict. How are we going to get soldiers out of this bunch, bro?
Sure.
I mean, you got some pulling the Elliot Rodgers on us. You got others who are scared to death of any kind of physical confrontation, won't even protect their own daughters. And they make these videos, broadcast about hating their Black mothers. I saw a broadcast about a month or so ago. Yeah, 6 or 7 men on the panel hating their Black mother, and it was encouraging other Black men to hate their Black mothers. You know what, man? I don't even know where this is coming from. All this hatred for Black women. I didn't even know this stuff, this existed until I got on YouTube. Before I got on YouTube, I didn't hear any of this stuff. There weren't men running around, out in the real world talking about they hate Black women. I didn't hear any of this stuff until I got here on YouTube. Yeah, Mr. Gray.
Indeed.
Yeah. Hey, so what do you suppose is wrong with this generation?
Me, what's wrong with this generation? It's the Gynocracy, remember?
Oh, you mean the one that where women are in charge?
Yeah, we can't make any decisions without the consent or permission of women. We can't do anything about this unless the women say it's okay.
Oh, so that's why they're accusing the woman, the black woman, of being irresponsible, because they're looking to her as the leader.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. See, it makes sense now why they would say that. They want the black woman. Oh, they're looking at the black woman as the actual leader. Oh, okay. This is why they don't want to they want to nest, right? They want to be the ones nesting in the environment.
Yes.
So they want to go sit on the eggs.
Yes, they are the penguins.
They want to go sit on the eggs and get their little bob and weave knits out, right? And knit a sweater. You know what I'm saying? They want to be the hen in the hen house. Uh, new black male. Well, yeah, verbal assassin. That's what they want to be. They want to be the hens in the hen house. They want to take the woman's spot. They want to nest. They want to nest in the environment. I think some of them want to have babies too. Literally, I think they want to give birth to babies. Some of them. They seem to be jealous of y'all that y'all can have babies and they can't. Yeah. I mean, they start to sound like jealous women. I wonder what happens if hey, Cerulean.
Indeed.
Women sometimes, if a woman is wearing an outfit, then she see another woman with that same outfit on. There's usually some friction between the two of them, right?
Yeah.
What happens though if she see a male with that same outfit on? I wonder what that's going to be like. What if she wearing a blue dress, right? And you want to do another nigga wearing a blue dress, the same blue dress. What's that going to be about? What's that? How you going to handle that?
Well, they don't. Why you think they have problems now?
Do white men, Vonda says, does white men denounce all white women?
No. If you look at what's happening in the white MGTOW circles, white males in those circles, they make it, they literally make it a point to go around which women that they're talking about, right? They take a detour around the type of women they're actually talking about. Now, what's implied is white women, but what they're actually saying is American women in general. They do not whatsoever throw their women completely under the bus. They say American women. They'll say Western women or Westernized women.
Mm-hmm.
They will not specifically say white women. Okay.
I want you to turn your attention to this comment in the chat, Cerulean, by the verbal assassin. She said, truthfully, though, too many black women condone that behavior and wonder why they can't get a man.
Which behavior is that?
Which behavior is that, verbal assassin? The link is in the chat room for anybody who wants to come up and kick it with us. We're winding down now because I've been on, this is actually my second broadcast. The first one had crashed on me. So verbal assassin, what behavior would that be? There goes my girl Cluster. So cluster B.
No, greetings, stimulated cluster B.
I think she must be talking about the feminine behavior that the men are exhibiting, kind of like almost female, like jealous type behavior. She's talking about the gay male and feminine behavior, Cerulean.
Well, they condone it because they think that they have a girlfriend they can talk to.
Say it again.
They condone it because they think they have a new girlfriend they can talk to.
There you go, verbal. That's it. There go your answer right there.
I mean, it very well could be stimulated, Cynthia. Because when you look at all manner of, I mean, literally, I've heard dudes literally on this platform, this YouTube thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not only advocate for dating white women, right? But they'll say things like, white women let you fuck them in the ass.
Yeah, see, that's what I said before about if you dating a white woman, right, or going with a white woman, right, then you must have some kind of turn on with bestiality or something. Because why would you want to date a woman that sexually at times can't tell the difference between you and a four-legged animal? I would never want to lay down with somebody who sees four-legged creatures as sexual. I mean, you dating Becky and she in the neighborhood fucking the stray dogs and shit. You catching rabies and you got to get a vet. You got to get fucking insurance for a goddamn veterinarian.
No.
All kinds of animal diseases. Again.
You have to understand what's being said here, right? Because there is there is a mindset, right? And there's a good reason why black women can pick up on it, right? That whenever they see a black man with a white woman, that he seems more effeminate, right? And there's a good reason why. I mean, they change who they are. They change who they are to be with white or non-black women. They change who they are fundamentally.
Yeah, but a white woman though, why don't you just go to a damn pet store and pick you out an animal? Hell, if you're gonna go that route, why don't you go get the real thing? Fuck it.
Very few men. Very few men actually are themselves with women outside of their own group.
Mm-hmm.
Very few. Probably 1%. Probably 1% of men will remain who they are or true to themselves when dating outside of their peer group. Right?
Right.
Vast majority, they change who they are fundamentally. They'll talk all that crazy shit. They'll act a certain way. They get around non-black women, right? They'll change who they are fundamentally. They act a certain way. They put on their mask. See, that's why black women specifically can pick up on it. See, because black women, well, just women in general, right? Whenever they meet a man that they really like, they put on a mask for that man. They want that man to see them in the best possible light.
Mhm.
You see, um, when you see like black men, whenever they date outside their race, for the most part, whenever they date outside of their race, they change who they fundamentally are. They put on
You
a
know what?
mask for non-black women.
Right,
Same way
right.
that, the same way that women in general put on a mask for men that they desire.
Right. You know what? I have noticed something that Cynthia is saying, right? When guys are with, because I've seen this too. When guys are with white women, they tend to be softer. Like, you know, their voice is more high pitched. She's right. I've seen this before. I've seen this a couple of times, man. You know, they seem to act different. You know, I'm not sure why that is, but I've seen that before. There's truth to what she's saying. I've actually seen and heard that before.
Well, you listen to a lot of the dudes that really like fuck around with white women, like take for instance the two she just mentioned. I mean, both of those dudes, I mean, they got voices softer than the pair of house slippers, like virtually no bass. I mean, take for instance, you even look at the Grinch. Uh-oh. Grinch the Winch. You look at Grinch the Winch, like like real shit behind the scenes, how niggas soft as house slippers. His voice.
So I understand, you know, that's kind of weird, you know, you bring that up. It's like, what's with these guys making all of these sexual references to other men? It seems like every time they get into some kind of exchange, right? They make some kind of lewd sexual comment about each other, where they're talking about each other's buttholes, phalluses, or some kind of disgusting act of homosexuality.
I mean, what do you think that is, man? Look, homoeroticism, Max.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm just saying though, it's like, come on, man. Like, you and I can have an argument and would never make a sexual reference towards each other. Because that's not how we think. That's not, we're straight male. We don't think like that. You see, straight males don't have sexual thoughts about other men in no capacity. Okay, so if I'm arguing with another man, I'm never going to come out my mouth to say something about the crack of his butthole or his phallus or doing something sexually lewd to him. I would never say that. I don't think like that. I'm a heterosexual male. To me, those are gay thoughts. Those are the thoughts of a homosexual.
I
I can
mean,
sit up and argue with a nigga all day and would never make one sexual reference at all. Because I have no sexual thoughts of other men, period. So that stuff never comes to my mind.
look, like I said, man, I heard a dude on this YouTube thing who fucks with white women heavy talking that shit about uh the reason he fucks with white women is because they do all of the sexually salacious stuff, right?
Mm.
I mean, shit, you just heard. Okay, take for instance, fucking Tank, right?
Oh my God, that nigga.
Right? Last year, the nigga was talking about how he likes his motherfucking exit shoot licked.
Oh man, I
This
can't.
year, the nigga's talking about you're not gay just because you sucked a dick or two, right?
That's disgusting, man.
He said that he likes his dookie shoot licked. I heard a nigga on YouTube, y'all know him, he's quite popular, say the exact same shit. That that's the reason why he fucks with white women, because they his ass. As a matter of fact, Ari Spears said that shit in a joke. People thought he was joking.
This is, oh man, disgusting, bro. What the fuck, man?
But then niggas will be rushing to call Superhead a liar, right? For saying certain rappers and stars that she's been with, like they booty hole played with.
You know who else said something about that? About the niggas in the conscious community? I don't know if you know a woman named, she's kind of heavy-set black woman. Her name is Melanin Sutek.
Oh yeah.
You heard of her?
Mm-hmm.
She said something about some, because she fuck with them niggas in the conscious community. She said some shit about that, about a couple of niggas in the conscious community, Polite being one of them.
Oh, he wasn't, he's not the only, he wasn't the only one in the conscious community. There's a couple of them dudes. One, he has a certain ponytail hanging off the back of his head.
Oh, that would be
Don't you ever in your life put another one of that nigga's songs in the Discord chat.
it's a song. Oh, you talking about Shaka Amos? Nah, man, you got chaos to thank for that, man. He didn't believe me. When I told him that nigga, that was the worst song ever. Yo, wait a minute. Let me play. Hey, wait, we're gonna play this song, man. Let me find it. Hey, chat room, I'm about to give y'all a treat. Hold on. Let me find this motherfucker, man. Hold on. Nah, they got to hear this shit.
Oh my goodness.
Nah. I'm glad you brought that up. We're gonna get the chat room a treat. What's that? Hey, that's your man's. Yeah, what? Oh, wow. Yeah, we're gonna play this song and we're gonna play it a little bit and we're gonna see it's called Egypt Was a Black Land, right? That's what it's called. Now, that's the only why what I follow.
There's all of that going around. A lot of it going around right here in the YouTube space.
Yeah. Wait a minute, damn it. Let me get it right.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this.
Okay, hold on.
Masculine shoes have strings on them, my nigga.
Okay.
They have strings on them. They don't have strings on them, right? Then they square toed, my nigga.
Yeah, okay, chat room. We're about to listen to a lovely song made by a very talented young man. by the name of Shaka Amo.
Shit.
Okay? And the title of the song is called
That's what passes
Egypt
for talent.
Was a Black Land. Wait a minute, we're gonna let the chat decide. We're gonna let everybody in the chat decide, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen in the chat room, we're about to play Egypt Was a Black Man by a talented brother from the conscious community named Shaka Amos. And here we go. Okay, what happened? It didn't play?
That shit's horrible.
Wait a minute. It froze on me. Hold on. Can you hear me, Cerulean?
I can hear you, Max.
Okay, hold on. It froze on me. Wait a minute. Froze on me.
Control Alt Delete. Control Alt Delete.
Not working.
Escape. Escape. Control
Not working
Alt Delete.
either. Not working either.
Control Alt F4.
There it is. I got it back. Okay, where you at now? Let me see here. Can you hear me still, Cerulean?
Indeed.
Okay, hold on. I'm bringing it back. Give me 1 second.
Calling niggas Xanatos clutch dicks.
It's coming back. I'm bringing it back. Oh man, that was funny.
Max. Okay, so Max had a crash. But yeah, there's a lot of that going around in this YouTube space. Like one of the things that kill me is how you got dudes walking around with rips in their jeans like women used to do in the 80s. Got rips right across the thigh area. That's not masculine fashion.
Okay, am I back?
You are back, Max.
Okay, here we go. All right. Had to do a lot of messing around to get out of that crash. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you hear that? This is your boy Shaka Amos.
Wow. Okay, bro. Okay. Bruh. Bruh.
All right.
Bruh. This is what I hear. That's what that nigga sound like. Nigga sound like Ice JJ Fish, nigga.
Wow.
You know what? You know what? Now that I think about it, this nigga sounds exactly like that nigga that be coming on Taz panel. What's the nigga name? Kevin Paris? I think about it. This nigga. That nigga sounds just like Kevin Paris. That nigga Kevin Paris. I think Kevin Paris is really Ice JJ Fish.
You think that may be Shaka Amos?
It could be Shaka Hotbones too, though. The way that nigga be talking like he trying to mask his voice and shit. Like, what are you saying, bro? It's like, nigga, what? Like,
Okay, that had to be like the worst rendition of any song I have ever heard in my whole life.
yeah. It's fucking horrible.
Dude. And you know, after he made that song, right? The guy Jabari Ozaze said that it was a good song.
Man,
It's something about your girl that just makes my head wanna twirl.
look, man.
Did he say head on a twirl? Is that what he said? Is it
He said, "There's something about your girl that makes my head want to twirl."
twirl?
But
Wow.
he said it in Kevin Paris's voice. Makes my head like nigga. Just okay.
Wow, that's
Hey,
bad, man.
I remember I was I remember Taz let this dude Kevin Paris on the thing, and I'm like, dude, can you talk like a normal person, right?
Uh-huh.
Like I'm gonna talk about this, bro. Like, nigga, what are you saying? What am I listening to right now? Like, that's the way you talk. Like, nigga, either you need a lozenge or a fucking
Yeah. These niggas, man.
I be listening to the way these niggas talking, right? And the way that they talk,
Oh my God.
it's criticism for motherfuckers and shit, though. Nigga, if you sound like Ice JJ Fish talking about
How do you
Egypt was a black land and shit, it's about some.
It's something about your girl that just makes my head wanna twirl.
Hey, come on, man. Shit, he very well might be crew. Like, the way that motherfucker talk, like it's like this nigga Ice JJ Fish and shit talking about. Nigga. I'm telling you, I'm a clip that line out. And if that nigga's ever on a panel with Taz and I'm on there, I'm just gonna play that clip. I'm just gonna do it. Just gonna do it.
It's something about your girl that just makes my head wanna twirl. It's something about your girl that just
Yeah, if that nigga ever get on the panel and I'm on it, Kevin Paris, I'm gonna play that shit. I'm definitely gonna play that shit. That shit definitely a flagrant foul. Ain't no doubt about it. Yeah, that sound like a shot deer. Sound like a shot deer squealing and shit. Like, you ever been deer hunting? You ever shoot a deer? You ever hear them squeal? Like, yeah, you take down a deer, you get the sounded like Ice JJ Fish. Shit crazy. But yeah, man, Max having an OBS problem. Yeah, we know there's a certain someone that that song is because he can hide it as much as he wants to.
I'm addicted to boys. I'm addicted to boys. I'm addicted to boys.
Yeah, that nigga. That's why I be hearing I be hearing some of these niggas talk though, for real, for real. I bet it is. Oh shit. Oh man. Yeah, we know Grinch the Winch is definitely addicted to boys. It's my Itmore brothers, my red pill brothers, my thinking black brothers. Brothers, come save me. I'm seeing man. He be trying to talk shit.
I'm addicted to boys.
That shit crazy. My Itmore brothers, my red pill brothers. Somebody save me, brothers. Validate my bullshit, brothers. Like, yeah, nigga. Yeah, I was actually thinking of doing a kind of like a spoof channel where I just spoof niggas in the manosphere. Just doing impressions and shit. Yeah. I was actually thinking about doing a channel like that. Just spoof motherfuckers in the manosphere and shit. Oh yeah, I got playing the ARC. The ARC. Nigga.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you, Max.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, people. I had a OBS went crazy on me.
You know what I'm saying, nigga? Like, nigga, I've been mode one since before it was mode one, nigga. No, who you talking to, nigga? I'm Aaron Roger Curry, nigga. How many y'all niggas never got y'all? You know what's funny about ARC is that nigga's been in every period of time, getting his dick sucked at some kind of a grocery store. Like every single time, like, nigga, how many of you niggas ever got y'all dick sucked in the middle of a grocery store in the middle of 1973 at the height of feminism, nigga? You know. By a white bitch, nigga.
The hell you talking about? Oh, you talking about that worthless ass nigga? Yeah.
That nigga's been in every fucking time period. Like, nigga, I'm immortal. Nigga, how many of you niggas, ever got y'all dick sucked? Nigga, in the middle of a bazaar, nigga. Back in the early 1900s during the Bolshevik Revolution. By a Russian bitch. You know, so like that nigga's been in every period of time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Grinch the Winch. Niggas
Corny ass nigga.
and they run around here, call the motherfuckers maggles, right? Which is like a dog breeding term.
You welcome, Cara. Thanks, thanks for coming through. I appreciate you.
Yeah, yeah, suffering succotash. Yeah, that's what you hear with these niggas, man. Suffering succotash. Yeah, sweet ass niggas. Heavens to Murgatroyd and shit. Like, nigga.
Hey, wait a minute though, man. What's up with your mans though? Who be dressing like an Egyptian pharaoh and shit, talking about Egypt is a black land.
Man, come on, man. We know that nigga.
Magilla gorilla thing going on, nigga. Well, come on now. The nigga had on makeup. He had on a pharaoh's cowl. Did you see that nigga?
That nigga was auditioning as a new Sesame Street character, my nigga. I don't know.
That nigga was auditioning for a monster bar. Nigga want to be buried.
No,
Goddamn the kings and shit.
you notice how all these niggas got that problem, right? Like, you notice, like, a funny thing about a lot of these dudes that have these problems with women, right? Notice they always have either some kind of a lisp, or they got that like they got that Delroy Lindo package going on.
He got that Magilla gorilla thing, man. He got that. I'm just waiting for him to say Mr. Peebles one time, bro.
Like, nigga.
It's kind of like a cross between Magilla gorilla and Scooby Doo, right? He kind of sound like what like if you put their voices together, that's what he sound like. A cross between Magilla gorilla and Scooby Doo.
It's fucked up, man. I need to go ahead and get started on this series where I break down all these cartoons, right? Like how black folk like still being mocked, right? Like Scooby Doo is such a fucked up one. Well,
Hey, what happened to the bottom to the top? Hey, what do you do? Fall asleep up here? Yo, wake up, bro.
I just stepped away.
The hell? Only chaos can sleep up here. That's the only one that's allowed to sleep up here.
Yeah, I really do it.
Chaos, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, man?
Yeah, they do be on some Scooby Doo type shit. Cause like, you remember the cartoon Scooby Doo? Scooby Doo was a coward, right?
Who?
Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
Scooby Doo always had to be. Hey, I got a lot of background noise, bro.
Hold on, I got you. 1 second.
Hey, right? Scooby Doo was a coward, but Magilla gorilla wasn't. See, Magilla gorilla was about that life.
Magilla gorilla was like a big soft nigga. He was really.
He's about that life, though, man. He kept breaking out that cage every day. He's about that life, baby. But then you got the cross between Magilla gorilla and Scooby Doo. Scooby Doo was a coward. Magilla gorilla was about that life.
No. See, like, you gotta remember, Scooby Doo always had to be incentivized with the Scooby snack, right? And you listen to what the derelict Negro male is saying, right? He's saying that he needs to be incentivized to do his function. Now, Scooby Doo.
That's right, because he can't do nothing without the black woman telling him to, right? He gotta ask the black woman first, right, before he do anything.
Or without some kind of validation from either a white man or a non-select white woman. And then what happens to Thelma goes, Jinky Scoob, if you go and chase down that boogeyman, we'll give you a Scooby snack. And Scooby Doo, like Rory, you know, he's like he kind of, you know, yeah, Rory or Rory's that, you know, he's just like it's, and that's why you see like when black men, you know, they fuck with the white girls. Notice that they don't need to be told what they need, you know, what they need to do or how they need to function as men. It's already implied.
Well, no, but when it comes to Becky, right, they'll do anything. Shit, are you kidding me? Nigga turn into a superhero for Becky, bro.
Yeah.
Nigga be the most cowardly nigga in existence until Becky show up. That nigga turn into G.I. Joe.
Oh yes.
Right there on the spot.
He will lay betwixt the thighs of a musty coyote pelt for a Becky.
G.I. Joe with kung fu grip. All for Becky.
Right?
See, he can't respect a black woman or anything, but you let Becky come around. All of a sudden that nigga comes to life. He ready to put his life, he's gonna put his life on the line. He'll protect Becky though. He'll protect Becky with every ounce of soul in his body.
Oh yeah, he'll do a pedicure for the Becky, right? You know, he'll wash the white woman's feet for the Becky.
That nigga throw himself off a building for Becky, and if he survived the fall, he'll get up and ask her would he like him to do it again.
Yeah. He'll suck a white man's dick for the Becky.
Yeah. And see, the thing about it, it's a shame you black, right? You can't give a black woman any respect, but you'll give up your life for Becky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you'll pull your teeth out one by one with a pair of pliers for Becky.
Yeah. He'll tuck his own meat for the Becky.
I mean, he'll take a hacksaw and slowly cut off one of his legs for Becky.
Yeah, he'll eat his own skeet for the Becky.
He'll sell his daughters into slavery for Becky.
Yeah, if you dropped a meth addict in the street, he'll come up and suck it right off the street for the Becky, man. Like
he'll take a broom right up the crack of his ass for Becky.
Right, he'll suck the gas out of a pair of musty, pasty ass cheeks for the Becky.
Nigga set himself on fire for Becky. And carry around, and while he's on fire, he carry an extra can of gasoline for Becky.
Yeah, what you won't do for?
That's right. What you won't do?
Becky Klondike.
Karen caught on to what we was doing. Exactly, Karen. He ain't shit these niggas supposed to do for Becky. These niggas will jump off the damn Empire State Building for that bitch.
Yeah, nigga will suck his own dick for that bitch.
Where's my white bitch?
It's a damn shame that bitch cheating on you with a dog. And you don't give a fuck.
Please, he'll sleep with that dog in the threesome for the
I
Becky.
went down to the local 500. They got a few canines and shit.
You seen the video of the Becky walking that Negro on a leash?
Yeah, Cynthia there. These motherfuckers ain't shit, man. And for some reasons, so really they think they can take this act on the road. They think they can go to other countries, right? And the women are supposed to be throwing themselves at them. They're supposed to. Apparently, they didn't see what happened to old boy in Greece, did they?
Nah.
See, this is what we keep trying to tell y'all. You see, me and Cerulean, we soldiers. We've been to these countries. We see the real part of these countries. You see the shit they show on TV. That's not what the country's really like. See, that's the sugar-coated topping. See, when you go to Greece, right? The reality of Greece is what happened to that nigga over there. See, that's what happens when you're over there when you don't have the protection of the military. There's a big difference in going over there without the protection of the military than going over there as a tourist.
What would you do for a Becky bar? It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, the reality when they killed that brother over there, what they killed him in a few seconds, right, Cerulean? The one that was in Greece inside that bar. He was talking to that Becky in there. And all the white boys, jumped on him. He was dead in seconds. That's the reality of what you're going to face when you go to these different countries.
Yeah. Yeah, you know the funny thing about that, yeah, he probably does seem like sin. Interesting thing about that, speaking to dude, because it's so interesting, right?
One second. Money says so black men shouldn't travel because one black man got. No, I'm not saying that at all. Travel all you want. I'm just saying don't.
Look, big money. Don't give a fuck where you go, right? Actually, I encourage you to travel, right? But don't be that nigga.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you that nigga that uses your women as a scapegoat for why you want to travel, you don't need to do that. You can travel without doing that.
So what? So what if black men have more passports than black men? Who cares? What does that even mean?
You know that's
in the grand scheme of things, wait a minute, hold on for a second. In the grand scheme of things, what does that even mean?
See, there these niggas go, Max.
Yeah, but that's such a small point to make. I mean, so what? Okay, if black women have more passports than black men, so what? I fail to see what does that even mean.
Well, he doesn't really understand what it means. He doesn't even realize that he's like these statements. They always talking about. This is what bothers me, right?
Yeah, I wish he'd come up here and explain it because I don't know what that means. What does that mean, bro? That black women have more passports than black men. What does that mean?
Wait. See, here's the problem. Big money.
Trying to stop black men for traveling somewhere? How am I doing that?
Okay. Oh.
Hey, man, where's the link at? Hold on, let me get the link. Hey, come on up here, bro. Let's have a talk.
Here, I'll put it in there.
Yeah.
See, that's man. Right there.
Y'all hear me? Is my mic? I have background noise. How it sound? Good.
Yeah, you're all right, Chaos.
Listen. Let me say something.
What the hell are you talking about?
If the black man must understand this, if you're going to travel, do that, but don't be throwing shade. And then talking about that because black women, are we watching black women if they got passports or not?
I don't understand something though. Who cares if they got more passports or not?
Yeah,
that's what I don't understand.
Wait.
I don't understand that shit either.
I understand it completely, right? This is what happens when the derelict Negro male makes statements which he doesn't understand, reflects poorly on.
I got my man Omega Cat. What up, Dreads? That's my nigga right there.
Okay, the derelict Negro male has a tendency to make statements in which he doesn't understand that these things that he's saying reflects poorly on men. And yes, CNG 215, we understand that that's what they call, lesser men call men that they know are superior to them. So thank you for identifying yourself as a lesser male.
Who the fuck? I still haven't. Did he come up here yet? Hey man, the link is in the chat room of Big Money. Go on up here and talk to us about that, bro. Because I don't know what the fuck. Who cares if black women have more passports than black men? I don't even understand what that's supposed to mean, period.
What it means, right? Okay, check this out. Black women are more organized right now than black men. Black men are more educated than black men.
Mm-hmm.
Black women have more passports than black men. You don't understand how insulting this is for black men, that your women are outperforming you, even in the tribal game. See, go wherever the fuck you please. See, what I am an advocate of, right? Black male leadership, black male accountability, black male responsibility. No, Max, this is what I'm an advocate of, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, every single fucking time, you derelict Negro males travel wherever the fuck you please, I think we're having a miscommunication. It's
Yeah,
not
you see the link is in the chat, dude. All y'all got to do is jump on that link.
look, Max, you have to respond to them like that.
Mm-hmm.
We know the link is in the chat. I put it in the chat. The derelict Negro male, okay, makes statements in which he doesn't understand. He's insulting his own demographic. How can you, okay, so how can you criticize or talk shit about a group of women who are outperforming you?
Exactly.
So when you're saying black women have more passports, black women more educated, black women, you are comparing yourself.
And who said anything about restricting a black man from traveling? Why is it nothing about you can't travel? Well, understand something. You are a greater target everywhere you go.
Here, that's not even the point, Max. Is what I'm saying is that if they're saying this, it's not like they were much use anyway.
Mm-hmm.
These are derelict Negro males. You let them do whatever the fuck they want because they're Chad.
Hey,
right?
Big Money, don't come in here disrespecting women, bro. We don't get down like that over here. Somebody time him out. Somebody slap him upside his head for that. This ain't that kind of environment, bro. This ain't Obsidian's channel or any of these other channels. Don't come up in here disrespecting women. Hey, man, somebody slap him upside. Somebody give him a timeout for that. You go ahead, civilian. Somebody time me. Thank you. Go ahead, civilian.
I mean, look at this shit. I mean, this is just like pervasive dereliction. I mean, look at these messages. You guys don't want black men to travel, but you have no problem with black women doing it. See, this is, but black women do it too.
Yeah, comparing yourself to women. That's that.
But black women do it too.
Yeah, that's that weak shit Cynthia be talking about, how they compare themselves to women.
But black women do it too.
We just telling you to be careful.
I'm not even telling them to be careful. No, Max. Look, I'm not even telling them to be careful. I'm telling them to fucking go.
Yeah.
See, we're having a miscommunication here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What is that saying about when we divorce ourselves from fear? Right? So Michael Marcel says, do you Do what you want to do. You only get one life. You only get one life. Live it for you. Don't put up with fucking. Right?
2 seconds, Simone. Let me say that. Yeah, but you know, Phil James, if black women have more passports to go and seek out non-black men, right? Then more power to them. Focus on the black women who are still here. Focus on the black women who are here in your neighborhood, in your community. You know, love them, deal with them, uplift them.
You know, it's
Don't
fun.
worry about the ones who are going outside the country seeking men.
No, see,
They gone already.
here's the thing about it, right? We don't go to these niggas channels. We don't be in these niggas circles trolling their favorite YouTube. No, we don't do that, man. Like, but you niggas love doing that. Like, understand something. Like, okay, if you got time, right, to troll people who don't agree with you, right? We know that your ass ain't traveling outside of the United States anyway. But I'm saying, you know what? Go ahead and go if you can afford it, which I know you can't. You know what's funny, Max, is I've never met so many six-figure niggas until I came to YouTube. It's like every fucking YouTube nigga you met is a six-figure nigga.
That's a lie.
These are clearly like followers of either you know, fucking Elliot Roger Jr., aka Obsidian, or they're followers of Diaper Man and Diaper Boy. But black women do it too. But black women do it too. But black women say this. But black women say that. You can't even have a fucking conversation about masculinity. You can't even fucking have a conversation amongst men. But black women do it too.
Oh man, these guys, man. You know.
Make a general observation and the roach infestation comes out of nowhere.
Uh-huh.
Because that's how you know these are the Negroes that change who they are fundamentally in order to fit in with white folk, with white women specifically.
Mm-hmm.
They change who they are. You want to talk about fuckery? What manner of fuckery? Okay. Again, Absurdian has never answered the question. If black female fuckery exists and say I see to black female fuckery being real, then we have to ask the question, what manner of fuckery pre-existed in the man? Since we are the leaders of the community.
Like, okay, but here's the thing.
But
right?
black women do it too.
Wait a minute, if you're saying that black women have more passports to go out and seek man, you know what? When I was overseas, I didn't see any of that. I hardly ever seen a black woman overseas. The only time I seen black women overseas is when I was in.
I have all throughout Europe, seen them in Africa.
Well, I was on a Westpac. I was in Asia. They were hardly ever over there. The only time I seen them is when I was in Tokyo, and they were already married to like Navy men. They were married to other black men, and they were living in Tokyo, down there in Roppongi. I've never ran into like like I've never seen a single black woman.
Well, wait. So see, here's the thing, right? Michael Marcel. Okay, single black women without.
What's going on?
Hold on. So, single black women without a bachelor's degree, ages 20 to 39, have a net worth of $0. But see, black men within that same age range, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black men within that same age range are in a deficit. They're negative. These are the Negroes complain about. And these are men with college degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
complain about why don't she choose me? I don't see what you don't see in me. I'm a perfect guy. But your ass is in a deficit, negative debt. College educated black men, nearly half of them are unemployed. See, what's worse?
Today has a network of 14K according to data.
According to what data? See, because according to that same data, see, I think we having a problem with these niggas and they fucking they're coming with these statistics, right? They love to throw the statistics out on the black woman. See, again, because I focus on black male accountability, black male responsibility, black masculinity, leadership, the like. Right?
Mm-hmm.
See how that is? See how that is? Check this out. Right? But see, if I pull up the stats on the racial wealth gap, right? By men and women, right? Black men and black women. The shit that you're saying.
Black women
the
with a degree at the age of 60 plus have a net worth of 11,000. That's it.
Wait.
I don't believe that.
Wait.
Hey, folks, I'm about to get up out of here in 5 minutes.
Indeed. See, you pull up that same data, right? This is what that cherry pick data. Even single black men, right? In that same age range, right? That went to college between the ages of 20 and 39. They either have just as much debt or are even in a higher deficit. Because one, black women have more educational degrees, so their degrees are a little bit less expensive than the degrees that black men go for whenever they go for degrees in, say, STEM. Oh, wait. God damn, Max. Guys, finish.
Trigger me over here in this chat room. Go ahead.
Right? Mm-hmm. So you're looking at the average 24-year-old black male with a college degree in STEM, negative 24 to 36,000.
Right.
Not made any money. 50% of them are unemployed. Mm-hmm. Whereas you look at 72% of black women that actually have bachelor's degrees are employed. So even if they are in a negative, they are at least employed, whereas you have half of black men that have college degrees are unemployed. See, again, this is a problem of organization. So if you're going to break it down to money, we have to, let's break it down to money. Then we're looking at a very unproductive and derelict black male. See, I think it's more productive to focus on our issues, right? Rather than theirs, because one, they're more organized than you, they're more educated than you, they're more employed than you. So who needs the attention? Who needs more critical analysis? Who needs more assistance? Right? Who needs it? Black women or black men?
Black men.
You're less employed than your women, but you need critical analysis of the black woman, but you're less employed than her. You're less organized than her. You own less property than her. Mm-hmm. This is why I say the derelict Negro male doesn't even understand what he's saying. Look.
So they just need to check their message and unite. That's what I would do. Yo, you guys, I appreciate you guys having me on this panel, man. Much love, and I'll check you guys out next time.
Indeed. It's black men that need the attention. It's black men that need the assistance, the help. They need the most work. This is why this is why you're falling behind. This is why your women run over the top of you.
Hey, Big Money, why don't you come up here and joust with us rather than arguing and fighting back and forth with women like a little girl? Come on up on the panel with men and say what you got to say, bro. Don't argue and fight back and forth in the women with women like you're some little girl. Come up on the panel with the men and deal with us. Okay, man, I'm trying to be, this guy really getting under me. What you gonna do, bro?
See, and I could pull up a scholarly article, right? Let's see, United States House of Representatives Financial Services Committee, racial wealth gap by gender. Okay. Blacks overall experience higher unemployment than white workers at every education level. Okay. When you break it down by gender, males, black males, overall are less employed, which means they have less money in the aggregate than their women. Right?
Right.
Not only that, have less businesses. Let's see, look at businesses, African-American men, African-American women. African-American women have more entrepreneurial businesses than their male counterparts. And in fact, when you look at the data, black women are the only group of women that actually have more businesses than their male counterpart.
I can believe that.
That is not true for whites, Asians, Hispanics, like or any of the other groups. Okay. So, you know, all of this poking and prodding at black women when we need more focus on our own issues. It's how you say, oh man, the black woman's so fucked up. Well, they have more businesses than you do, so I suggest you catch the fuck up.
Yeah, well, why should we be mad at them because they decide to do something with the education that they get from the schools they go to? You know, if a woman goes to school and she applies herself, she studies hard, get a degree, and she wants to open up her own business, what is wrong with that? What is the problem? Why do we have to have some? Why do we got to feel some kind of way? Why do we have to get, catch feelings because a woman decided to do something to better her life? Just because you decided not to do anything with your life, you want to smoke weed, you want to chase pussy, and be a bum and a loser, you want to blame that on other women. You want to catch feelings when a woman wants to do something productive with her life. Like open up a business and be an entrepreneur because she doesn't want to be financially behind for the rest of her life. Okay, she wants to enjoy life for a change. So she's working hard at it. She opened up her little business. She want to make a little bit of money. So what? Why are we having a problem with that? Why are we catching feelings? Because black women want to do something with their education, something productive and positive.
See, I have every once in a while I have to show niggas right? Every once in a while, I have to show niggas. Like, I'm gonna show you these articles in my bookmarks real quick.
Yeah, I always hear them. Black women got more businesses. Black women got more than. Well, nigga, if you started doing something about yourself rather than chasing pussy all the time, maybe you would have something.
See, and that's why I discussed policy the other day, right? See, niggas are scared of that damn policy, man. They scared of competing group of men. I'm gonna share this real quick, and I'm gonna share these 2 pages to show you.
Shit pisses me off, man. I mean, they work hard for their achievements. Okay, they open up businesses. They think, you know, they want better in life.
These are 2 scholarly articles from Brookings Institute, The Century Gap, Low Economic Mobility for Black Men 150 Years After the Civil War. The legacy of American racism is dominating the headlines again. One of the arguments used against the removal or relocation of Confederate symbols is that it is simply a part of our history. That is not the case. The results of the enslavement, disenfranchisement, and exclusion of Black Americans remain visible and vivid in the 21st century America. This is Brookings telling you this, not Cerulean Gray's words. Take the economic gap between Black and white Americans, which is a stark and stubborn. Black median household income, $36,898 in 2015, compared to $62,950 for whites. The gap was actually widened slightly since 2002 from 23,000 to 26,000. The Black-white income gap obviously has many causes, but one that has received little attention is persistent race gap in rates of relative intergenerational mobility. This mobility gap means that much of the progress towards closing the race gap made by one generation is lost in the next, and the result is a century-long delay in economic improvements for Black Americans, but specifically for Black men. Okay? How do we know this? The inheritance of Black poverty. It's all about the men. It's all about the men. It's all about the men. It's all about the fucking men. Oh, I thought you gave a fuck about Black men. Thought niggas want to help the brothers. Oh, but you think we need to organize around beating Black women over the head with some fucking useless stats whenever our stats are even fucking lower than theirs? Huh? Black Americans born poor are much less likely to move up the economic ladder than lose in other racial groups, especially whites. Many factors at work, including educational inequalities, neighborhood effects, workplace discrimination, parenting, access to credit, rates of incarceration, and so like the list goes on. Mind you, every single one of these, with the exception of parenting, is all policy related. I've been saying this shit from day one. Black men stuck in poverty. Okay? Sit up here, tell me something else, right? Let's just say Black women. No, it says Black men. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and read this article. It says, but gender is a big part of the story too, as detailed in a new paper from the Equality of Opportunity Project, Race and Economic Opportunity in the United States, an Intergenerational Perspective by Raj Shetty, Nathaniel Hedren, Maggie Jones, and Sonia Porter. As always, there is a huge amount of data and analysis in the new paper, but the finding is that race gaps in intergenerational mobility largely reflect the poor outcomes for Black men. You niggas think you're up here advocating for Black men by trying to bash Black women, but you're making yourself look dumb, making yourself look stupid. vacuous fucking curs. Who needs the attention? Black men. Who needs the fucking discipline? Black men. Who needs the goddamn responsibility? Black men. Who needs to be held accountable? Black men. But you'll say, oh, this is not our fault. This is the black woman's fault. Nowhere in here does it say black woman.
I don't know what you want black women to do. You want them to give the businesses back?
It says intergenerational mobility or race gaps in intergenerational mobility largely reflect the poor outcomes for black men. So who needs the fucking help? Huh? Who needs the deep investigation examination? The critical surveillance.
But you can't tell them that. They're not gonna listen to that. It's the black woman is the one that's the problem. She has the businesses, she's more educated. He can't do nothing without her. He can't do nothing without her telling him what to do. That's what the problem is. He ain't gonna take a look at himself. Hell, you may as well be talking to a wall.
Hey, where's that dude that's up here? Oh, he gone? Oh, shit.
Who bound to the top? Yeah, he left. He fell off. Yeah, he had to go.
I wonder if that's dude that was talking crap in the in the chat room.
Oh, you talking about big money? He gone.
Is he gone? Wait, yeah, hit him? Yeah, blocked him?
I don't know if they blocked him. I know he left. I know that.
Now, see what I think it is that I think because the derelict Negro male, right? I think the derelict Negro male, because he is incapable of actual critical, well, he's incapable of thought, much less critical thought. In order to solve these complex issues going on with black men, right? I think it's easier. See, because the path of least resistance is to put the blame on someone else, someone more intimate, someone close, someone that they can look to. And besides, it makes it much easier when that thing, the object of their desire, has rejected them, didn't give them a pony in high school. You see? And so what is it easier to do? Is it easier to solve the problem with black economic inequality? Or is it easier to blame the women? See, because the coward takes the path of least resistance. The coward picks the soft target. Damn, how many times have we posted the link in the chat?
Yeah, hey, if any of y'all want to come up, y'all welcome. Come on up. You got something to say? The link is in the chat. Come on up, hang out with us. You know, you got something you want to add? Come on up. The link is right there. Come on up. We won't bite.
So my esteemed colleague, Charles Faulkner, and I created it's a labor-intensive plan that focuses specifically on the issues of black men.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on here?
Hey, turn your mic up, something.
It's my mic. Okay, I can't hear you.
Turn down a little bit. Can barely hear you, Joe.
Okay, now I couldn't hear you guys at all.
There you go.
All right, there we go. You know, let's have a comical moment with listening to what you were talking about. With what's his name? Big Money?
Yeah.
Well, we know that big money is really short money. Niggas like to name themselves after shit they don't.
Little money, yeah.
And chances are somebody you probably know anyway. So they like to go troll all around town because he probably makes 6 figures. Like I said, has 6 kids. By the time you do factor all that out, he's making about $30,000. So they run around, everybody's a 6-figure nigga around here.
Every single one of them, like without fail. Like
that ceases to amaze me. Everybody's a 6-figure nigga, except for the cats that really are 6 figures. They don't talk about it.
My issue with him was, why do you? Okay, so black women have more passports. Okay, and
I mean, that $1.50 will get you a Happy Meal. And I mean, so because what happens is you got to factor in too. Some non-child support paying fool doesn't realize that his passport will be snatched, and he won't be able to leave the state of New Jersey, nevertheless, any place else, because he owes money.
No, I mean, there's a number of factors that play into why less black men travel. Because one, just as I was reading from the Brookings Institute, when it comes to the gaps, black men, see, they like to hammer black men over the head with this. Black women, you only worth $0, minus 11,000. But when you look at the college debt for black men, because black men in recent years have been taking more serious degrees in things like STEM.
Yeah.
And so you have literally half, if not more, of the black men who are STEM professionals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who do not whatsoever have any employment, but got a fucking $70,000, $80,000 college debt. They are not going to be able to get a passport.
Nope. That's another way.
Why? Because the federal government subsidizes all of the student loan debt, right? All the student loans are subsidized by the government. And it's the only type of loan that cannot be wiped away with a
bankruptcy. Yeah, 7 or 13 won't do it for you, except for a rare situation. It's very rare though.
You want to know black it's not me stopping you from traveling. Now you're trying to discourage you from traveling. The government is, but you're scared of the government. Why don't you go and tell that shit down to the U.S. embassy, that issues all the passports, right? Go tell them, stop. I would like you to tell the U.S. embassy, stop preventing black men from traveling. Tell them that shit.
No, a lot of it's excuses. That's all it is. A lot of people have a lot of excuses. And the thing about it is also too, a lot of it is people who are individuals who are scared to go outside of their particular little square box. You got to travel, you got to see something. I mean, all of y'all in the military, you, Max, myself, and brothers out there like Twin and everybody else. It's all about basically doing getting out there, doing what you got to do. If you really truly want to see the world, you can do that. And then you'll come back and realize, man, this is kind of actually not as bad as it seems. And once you go to the Philippines or someplace like that,
You know what, Joe?
Wait, hold on. See, wait. You see the shit that Michael Marcel just put in the chat, right? Okay, so if you understand that STEM, right, education does not close the racial wealth gap, right? Why the fuck are you putting the stats up about how much black women are in debt if you understand these things don't close the racial wealth gap, right? But somehow you motherfuckers think that the guy that owning a passport does?
Well, no, what happens is, what's the average income for a black male?
The income for a black male is like 28,000.
And so you're telling this, so people out here saying that the average black male, it makes only about negative 11,000. She's that much in debt.
Oh, that's not. I don't believe that.
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
I mean, it was funny. I heard this stat one time. where a person, I forgot who it was. I mean, actually, I remember the person. I don't want to say their name. They were talking about the 4 women that won the 400-meter relay in the last Olympics in Rio. And they talking about the average one of them has only got about $5 between all of them. And it was kind of funny they said that, because one of them's my cousin, Phyllis Francis. And she got a little bit more than $5. You know, track pays big money in Europe and Asia. So, you know, that's why when I hear people with these fairy tale stats and it's make-believe economics, it's like, yeah, right.
Yeah, wait a minute. I don't even, where they get that stat from that she make what, less than $11,000?
No, negative 11,000. So that means they're in the hole $11,000. But the average black male is not in the hole for 28. Yeah, right.
Get the fuck out. I don't believe that. Where they getting that stat from?
Heaven knows. Like I said, maybe from the RBR School of Economics.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Fuck out of here.
You know, because the thing about it is, I mean, the country is burdened across the board, no matter what race you are, when it comes to student loans. They had a woman the other day on the news talking about she's $304,000. That's right, 304,000 American dollars in debt in student loans.
Let me tell you something. Brookings Institute, New Brookings Institute study as black folk up in NAR, right? The Brookings Institute study suggests black men are bringing black women down financially, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, in certain circumstances,
black women face a very high risk of being stuck in poverty, 62% surpassing even the 50% risk faced by black men. The study states the headline finding here is that among those who grow up poor, black women are the only group showing a marked difference between the risk of being in the bottom quintile of the individual earnings distribution and the risk of being in the bottom quintile for family income distribution. Black women do reasonably well on the first and very poorly on the second. It adds, this result is probably driven by the fact that black women tend to create families with black men who do poorly.
Hey, Michael, Marcel.
And thus bring down the family income results for black women. So how do we fix that? Because obviously every study that I am seeing, right, is the data is showing that it's black men that need the help, that it's black men that need the upward mobility.
Hey, but you tell Michael Marcel that, I guess he doesn't agree with you.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, why don't you come on up, man? Come on up. Since you think that we are having a problem with you, come on up, man. Here's the link right now.
You know, the thing about it is people throw around, a lot of these fictitious phantom
numbers. Don't talk shit in the chat. Come on up, hit the link.
Mm-hmm. Because again, he's going to throw around fictitious phantom numbers.
This is from.
That's why, Max.
Wait, this is from Brookings.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I'm not talking about you, Superman.
No, I know. But this quote here is from the Brookings Institute. It says the key to closing the income gap between black and white women, the study concludes, must begin with narrowing the intergenerational income gaps between black and white men by helping the former earn more money to support their family. Look, wait, this is Brookings Institute. These are the experts. Mm-hmm. But see, Cerulean Grace says it and has been saying it since he's been making content. Mm-hmm. That's why I would precede the videos that I used to make with this video specifically designed for male operatives, as organization first begins with a proper organization of men. Brookings Institute agrees with me. I can show you one from the Hoover Institute, show you the one from Manhattan. And so you study from the U of M they just conducted back in 2017. All of them conclude with the same goddamn thing. The shit has to begin with the men. So if the shit needs to begin with the men, and it's what all the experts are saying, why the fuck is it we cannot have a conversation about what we as men must be doing without a motherfucker always trying to bring down the women in as a part of the conversation? Why the fuck are you focusing on the women? According to this data and all of the other subsequent and in pre-existing data that we have covered, is saying that the black women are fine until they meet your broke ass. You know, because you can't turn down an open pair of legs. But you'll complain about single mothers, right? They complain about single mothers, but they never turn down a pair of open legs.
Yeah, but the single mothers are taking care of her kids, though. So you can't complain about single mothers and say she has 4 and 5 baby daddies. Right?
That's the wrong paradigm, Max. You cannot complain about single mothers, right? One, if you've made them. Two, you cannot complain about single mothers if you're abandoning your responsibility to the fucking community to begin with.
True.
So we're saying we should cape for this derelict Negro male, right? We shouldn't cape for women who have no choice but to put up with the fucking environment, but we should cape for the derelict Negro male instead.
Exactly. We want to cape for you being irresponsible. Don't want to take care of your kids. Don't respect your women.
But see, when you start that conversation, it ends up always with the child support issue, which it's like the child support issue is like the third rail of issues when it comes to YouTube. I noticed that, Black YouTube in particular. We go on and on and on about child support. And the killer part is the people that go the most about it and bang on it the hardest are the ones that don't have any kids.
Exactly. And you know what the thing about it is? They go and they find these. Now, I'm not saying that they aren't out there, but there are very rare cases where a brother gets caught in the system and he's getting railroaded. Okay, there are some of them out there, but they take that and they paint it over everything. They think every man is being railroaded. It's not.
No, look, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Some of these niggas deserve to be railroaded.
Some do, exactly.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, right? Because I got a fucking cousin right now, right? And she's being railroaded by a derelict Negro male. And that motherfucker makes a concerted goddamn effort to say the fuck out of my face.
Welcome to the panel, twin man.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
She won't put the nigga on child support, right? Shit.
Yeah, you know, they're taking this.
The reason why she don't put him on child support is because she watches a lot of this shit that's on in the social media space, and she doesn't want to be shamed, and she doesn't want to look a certain type of way, like the evil bitch that's trying to railroad her baby daddy over the coals and child support court. And the niggas is derelict as all hell, and that's why he always makes a concerted effort to stay the fuck out of my face. Understand?
But like K Black Seed Supreme said, which is true, she didn't impregnate herself. It wasn't immaculate conception. So where do we, like I forgot who it was. I told him one time, I said, look, sit down, negotiate with your baby's mama or your wife or ex-wife or whatever it is, and you could probably get a better deal instead of sitting here whining and complaining about child support. That's all I did. Well, my ex-wife, We married 20 years. We sat down. Okay, look how much you looking for. This is what she was like. I don't even need it, but okay, we'll do this amount. I'm like, okay, thank you. We're done. You know, it's called conversation.
What up, Joe? What up, Max? What up,
Hey, what's going on there, twin?
Great thing.
y'all have heard me say this before. How many times have I sat here and said, like, it is up to you as a man in that situation? Because I'm gonna be real. We all know the court system isn't built for us anyway. That's a given. No one's denying that. But at the end of the day, it's about the best outcome for yourself. And Joe is 100% right. If you're not man enough to put your pride to the side and sit here and try to work something out with her, you're asking to get fucking railroaded. A lot of these dudes that are complaining did not lift a finger to try to better their situation or prevent the situation from going downhill.
No, but you know what? You want to know what it is, though, twin man. Joe? You want to know what it really is, twin man and Joe? All these niggas you hear complaining like this, and then they try to make this an issue of child support. And sometimes it may be an issue of child support, but no, that's not all these niggas.
No.
The reason why they hold that shit up like a shield, like a not even like a shield. A shield is a noble thing, but like a fucking dirty blanket. They're trying to hide from the fucking boogeyman in the goddamn closet. I'm the fucking boogeyman. And fucking covers ain't gonna save you. Some of these niggas deserve to be raked over the fucking coals. Because if you don't put them on child support, they'll understand they'll get away with what you fucking let them get away with.
Right. I hate to say
Nobody
that
ever talks about
right.
nobody ever talks about how it's a fucking shame that the woman has to go on child support because your bitch ass wants to abandon your responsibility.
Right. It's a shame to be on child support.
Right. Like they don't even like again, I've put out there, I have my sons. My 3 sons is in this living room with me right now, bro. I have my kids because I put a concerted effort in to get my kids. So when I hear these dudes talk like, man, I had absolutely no option. I had absolutely no choice. No, motherfucker, you did. You just rolled over and took it. So I don't feel bad for any of these dudes when they talk about a lot of this shit. Because you should work hard and pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you got to work hard for everything. How about you try working hard for your fucking kids? How about you try working hard for your fucking woman? How about you be a better leader? How about you make better choices?
But see, my thing is this, right? The Negro, the derelict Negro male, okay? Let's be very clear about something. Why does it take? See, because you'll have the derelict Negro male say, you put that white man in my business. You know who that is, right? But what kind of dereliction were you conducting, right? That she had to put that white man in your business. Secondly, why is it that you only want to act straight when the white man get in your business? Why couldn't you do it before the white man got in your fucking business?
Curtis, come on up.
Carelessness. Carelessness, basically.
Cerulean, you got to understand, bro, that's common sense. You can't be mad at her because at the end of the day, you could. I believe every brother up here will admit there are some women who are just trifling. I believe everybody in the chat will admit that there's some women that are just trifling.
These niggas,
real quick. But that is not an excuse. And I'm gonna tell you why that's not an excuse. The same way I don't let a woman make that excuse. Well, he ain't shit, he ain't this. That's not an excuse. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who that person is, how they act. It's not about you no more. It's not. You cannot complain about the status of the community, especially the kids, if you're not doing your fucking part. I don't give a fuck how trifling she is or he is. It is about what you are putting out in the world now. Period. And like I said it on Taz's stream. I'm gonna say it here. People lose sight of that. You have some women that want to make a point and you have some dude looking for any excuse so they can fucking run, and that shit has to stop. Real talk.
But let's keep it a buck. A lot of these niggas that's talking about child support, right? These niggas is acting like what they're doing is they're using the court cases from celebrities. You know, celebrities like Nas, celebrities like DMX, celebrities like fucking Allen Iverson, you know, brothers that really got raked over the coals because of an actual greedy baby mother, right? And they're superimposing it on themselves as if that is what child support is, when the average child support payments are less than $500 a month. You're not getting raked over the coals. What I find is highly shameful that you couldn't do right by your fucking kids, right? Without the white man getting involved. But see, let's be real about it. A lot of these niggas talking, this is how shit really goes down. You fuck this girl, you tried to have some dominance over her. She wasn't going for that shit, right? She found a bigger, girthier, well put together penis to replace it. And all of a sudden you wanted your fucking family back. Oh, you saw how your kids was calling that other nigga daddy. You saw how that other nigga put a little pep in your baby mama's step. He snapped his fingers, she moved. She do it for him. She wouldn't do it for you. See, now all of a sudden, you want to see your kids. Not for any other reason other than to put a wedge between what you know, that's kind of the same way that women are. No, it's not kind of the same way women are. That is the way women are. See, they are the women they complain about. Only difference is you got to be forced. Why do you have to be forced to take care of your fucking responsibilities? I think it's shameful. Yes, it is shame. It's something you should be ashamed about. I think they are ashamed of it, which is why they keep fucking talking about it. Some of these niggas deserve to be ragged over the fucking coals and fucking whipped with a goddamn cat of nine tails with the skin off their fucking back.
No, you're right. So, Rulian, you're right. I mean, that's the problem. And the biggest problem is the narrative that they keep putting out there, that woe is me and all this other good stuff. Stand up. It's your obligation. It's your commitment. Like I said, it wasn't immaculate conception. I think it's only happened one time so, in the history of man. But outside of that, it's a commitment that you've made. It's a lifetime commitment.
Man, the Brookings Institute broke down the data, okay? 10% of black men make six figures or more. 10%.
And that's not a big number. That's a very small, very small.
Only 30% of employed black men make over $50,000 a year. Of the employed black men, the other 70%, nearly 70%, 69.2, something like that, make less than $40,000 a year. Okay? Overall, nearly half of black men are unemployed. Nearly half the black men of working age between the ages of 18 and 28 are unemployed. Half of them. So tell me, I'm seeing these young niggas all on the fucking internet. Because I guess anybody could be a six-figure nigga on YouTube.
Yeah, that's a little shit.
No, but next year it'll be seven
got
figures.
Robert at
Come 2020.
But I just want to say thank you to the people who sent the cash apps. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Go ahead, y'all.
Oh, you about to be six figures. Be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just say you make six figures on here. You could be anything on here. You can even be a fictional superhero or a supervillain, right?
See, it's easy to attack someone and trash somebody when you're behind the keystrokes and all that, behind a screen, and you can talk mad shit. But it's a whole lot different when they're in front of you.
See, the thing about it is these guys that come in here with this shit, right? Like big money. Like, okay, you want to do it? Okay, well then let's do it. Come on the panel and let's do it. Don't argue and fight with the women. Bring it up here on the panel. Since you got a problem and you think you're not being heard, bring it up on the panel.
But they won't do that. So
No.
the thing about it is they're not serious about what they're saying.
Exactly.
I mean, some of these people, if some of these people actually listen to what they said,
Exactly.
and the thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people that might potentially hear what they say, they would maybe change their point of view and maybe change their total narrative, actually, because the stupidity that comes out of people's mouths, it ceases to amaze me. You're going to try to tell me that you're getting paid six figures. No, get this, 6 figures. And then on top of that, you got like a child support payment that's like $1 billion. Okay. Then on top of that, but the part that you don't tell us is you're living in your mother's freaking basement playing PlayStation and fucking off all day long.
See, the thing that kills me, right? My neighbor that's a couple of houses down, good brother, right? Now he really got raked over the coals, right? I used to take him to go cash his check. They would cut that nigga. I remember one time they cut that nigga like a 12-cent check.
I've seen some people with that, yeah.
Now, he was married. He was married. He got the house down the street, went and bought another house across town, was renting out a duplex that he had bought and hooked up, right? He got raked over the coals. He bought his first house, the one that now his ex-wife got. She only got with him because he had money. He thought he had the trophy wife, right? She got divorced from me like 3 years in. They didn't give her half. They gave her all this shit. Gave her the car. Gave her the house he lived in. Matter of fact, the motherfucker was staying in one of my rooms for like 3 to 6 months. It's a good brother, man. Like, hardworking brother. He would always ask me, like, "Hey, bro,
Was he married for 10 years?
Like, bro, how much you want me to pay you?" I said, "Man, hey, don't even worry about that, man. You get up on your feet, man. Get your shit together. You got shit together. All this shit that got finalized. He still pays alimony." Okay. But now he's got all these properties around town. He's not only able to pay the alimony, but he's living his life. Never once did I hear him complain. Never once did I hear him cry. Never once did I hear him whine. When I do catch up with them every now and again, I don't even hear a fucking word. It's like the shit never fucking happened. Okay? So I've seen brothers that go through it. I know what the nigga went through. You see? But that's That nigga was a fucking stone. He was a fucking rock. Never complained about it. He always look, my mistake. I went for the bad bitch. Got took. Charged to the game. I'm paying the price.
They come to the territory.
That's the price you pay for a bad bitch. See, I tried to tell niggas a couple years ago that bad bitches age fast.
Mm-hmm.
Never turned down that pussy though.
You get another bad bitch about 50 years old. No, actually, I forgot. When do you hit the wall or whatever they call it? The proverbial wall?
35 years old. It's 30, no, 30, no, listen, it's 35.
Okay, so you hit the proverbial wall at 35.
35. No 25, it's 35. That's the max.
Okay, so you hit the proverbial wall at 35 years old. But I could pull 10 50-year-olds off of social media right now that look exactly like they look. They're not freaking catfishing and not freaking doing all this Photoshop. But they hit the wall. A woman, believe me, a woman hasn't really got her best years until she's in her 40s and 50s. You struggling when you're in your 20s and 30s. You're struggling to get
these dudes talk the way they talk about women. I really think they suspect sometimes. Sometimes I really do be thinking like, bro, you can't. I've never met such happy motherfuckers in my life. Like these dudes have a severe problem with women, bro. Like I've never seen that before. Like you are worried about people you do not have to talk to, you do not have to deal with. You have your woman. Why are you worried about what every other woman's doing? I know I can only control me and my household. Like I said, I can attempt to help you, and if you take that help, you take it. If you don't, that's you. These dudes sound crazy.
These niggas be full of shit. They be lying. Okay?
Thank you.
What it is. The niggas be lying. You make
girls too, man.
wait, you making 6 figures, but you having all these problems and complaints about black women, though.
And most of them are making 6 figures. If they are making it, they just started making it.
But if you actually somebody right now, Cerulli, where's all them BMWs at? Right? Where the BMW at now?
Well, we know.
Oh shit.
Well, we know a certain someone, barely had that BMW for a day before they came getting it back.
Right.
Okay, I'll leave that one alone. I don't know who that might be, but
the other one had what? The other one had what? Another Benz, or the other one had a Benz or whatever, or something like that. Where the Benz at now?
they really had a Volkswagen, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, the one only had the BMW for a day. He was the proverbial. He was the real Democles.
Hey, how the hell you come on social media talking about you got a Benz and the shit get repoed, or they come back and get it because you didn't pay the I wouldn't even come back on YouTube after that, man.
Man, they came and got that motherfucker like it. We made a mistake. You don't qualify for this one.
How you gonna get repoed on YouTube and then come back on YouTube after you got repoed?
And of course, it wasn't his fault, right? Of course. Oh man, that car dealership, man, the beef dirt dealership, man, they was doing some janky stuff, man. He tried to play me and stuff. He tried to pull some Woody Boo stuff, man.
Man, that was
not even it's never my fault. Yeah.
played all right.
So they had a BMW for one day, literally. Then
Had a BMW, I like 12 hours.
not even 24 hours, 12 hours. Okay.
Yeah, they let him out motherfucker to the crib. He was like, sir, we're gonna need you to bring that back because we found a problem with your paperwork. You don't really qualify with
your credit scores are high enough. Your shit.
Yeah, your credit score is literally triple puppy shit. Do you have a cosigner?
Hey, you're 40 freaking years old.
Like you could get a cosign for this here Well, we do have a Chevy Impala. Wink, wink.
Wow.
Crazy, man.
It's
You
a
get a Honda freaking Civic.
pre-owned, you know. And you're gonna get a good deal on it. Look, no used car, you're getting good deals on. Okay. The only way you really get a good deal on a used car is if you buy it flat out in cash.
Yeah, pretty much. Because the depreciation is gone with the person that drove it out the parking lot the first time. So
Right.
they actually,
Credit score look like a basketball score. Damn.
yeah. Hey, I've seen a few of those over the years in my former life.
And then
As
it's
banker.
how the nigga said that it's the same nigga said, man, I'm tired of, you know, people getting YouTube clout off my name. Like, nigga, you fucking like identity thieves don't even want
Getting repoed on YouTube, bro.
identity thieves stay away from you because of your credit score. Credit score so bad, identity thieves don't even want it.
I'm sorry, man. I couldn't have seen no shit like that.
Like,
I
even
couldn't
the
have
Nigerian prince ain't even trying to fuck with the nigga, you know, credit score that bad.
get repoed on YouTube. They try to play it up. Talking about, yeah, they played me out.
Man,
So somebody actually came on YouTube and said, well, there's no names obviously, but somebody actually came on YouTube and said it.
you might know who he is. I
Yeah,
mean, he's a pretty popular YouTuber. Some would say he's even a founding member of the so-called manosphere. You know, he wears a fitted cap with in big type letters to remind himself that he's born with male parts.
They
Used to walk
played you
around.
out, right? Shoot you on that.
No, used to walk around with a plastic dish glove with little, you know, ring pops embedded in the knuckles of it, different colors. And he was sometimes snap his fingers, and the guy would make noise. The little glove make noise when you squeeze the fingers. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
I mean, at a loss for this one. But
When he removes his hat, he ages 20 years. Damn.
Hey, we're not going to answer that, man. Come up on the panel with all that, bro.
It was like we're playing it's like we're playing charades and shit. Like,
thank you. Like 50 questions here. Snapped his fingers. Okay. Now the marriage rate is at 20%.
He recently bought a he really recently bought a silver plated tin pinky ring from the mall.
Okay.
He goes live on his show with recycled toilet paper cigars.
What is this?
You can stop right there. You can stop right there. I just figured out who you're talking about. I just figured out who you're talking about.
He ain't smoking no Arturo Fuente.
Come on, Joe. You know who he's talking about, man.
That's why I said I just figured out who you're talking about when you said that one, last one.
Yeah, we're playing a game of charades and shit.
Yeah. So 50 questions here.
20% marriage rate, huh? The marriage rate is dropping.
See, wait. So
marriage rate's dropping across the board. Everybody.
Wait, see, here's a funny thing about it. See, because here's another thing. This is what derelict Negro males don't understand whenever they shoot themselves in the foot. Okay, 20% marriage rate says it all. Okay, who is the gatekeeper of marriage? Men. So that means you've been derelict. You take 20% marriage rate. So if you're not marrying your women, that means you have a low opinion of yourself. Because, see, understand that the condition of your community is a reflection of the esteem and pride that men have in their community and in themselves. That's a reflection of that. Right? So 20%, if it's a 20% marriage rate, that means that you're derelict on marriage too.
Mm-hmm. Hey, shoot, matter of fact, here in Alabama, we don't give out marriage certificates anymore. They stopped doing that. So,
oh, but see, that's policy though, Joe.
Yeah, true.
But see, these
Yeah,
niggas don't like to talk about policy. Because when you get to talking about policy, they do understand that you're talking about a competing group of men. They're scared of that competing group of men, though. And really, you shouldn't want a goddamn license anyway. Why you need permission to get married to your women?
yeah, there you go. And they really got rid of it here, as you know, in the conservative areas, like Alabama. They when the LBGT crowd could get married, they were like, no. So they refused to do it, give them marriage licenses. So they said, okay, everybody, we won't give them at all to anybody. So
you're saying, Joe, that it's because of LGBT is the reason why they stopped giving marriage certificates?
they said no.
Like that? You hear me? You hear me?
Okay.
Joe, is the LGBT is the reason why they start moving those marriage certificates? Stop giving out?
Well, I mean, they didn't say it directly, but indirectly, you knew that's what it was, because you had so many people here that were like in the county courthouses that were like, no, we won't do it. And then of course you had the what do you call it, the pedophile with Supreme Court justice guy that was running for senator or whatever, and he refused to marry anybody or give certificates. So they said, okay, nobody will have one here. You just go to the courthouse. Hey, guess what? I married Susie. There it is. They give you a piece of paper. Have a good day. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you're gonna see more of that.
Well, to answer speak on this YouTube, where are people getting these numbers about marriage? I mean, it should be obvious by now that they're pulling them directly from betwixt their ass cheeks.
Like basically, like somebody said, 22 years, no papers, and trust me, between two marriages, I'm going in my 28th year, and a piece of paper doesn't make a difference. So I mean, it's
Yeah, did you get permission from that white man?
Thank you. I mean, like, well, they weren't going to deny me. I mean, there it is.
You listen to the whole argument, right? They born out of wedlock. They born out of wedlock because they don't have the marriage licenses. So you need permission to be a fucking man
at your local church.
Yes, that's what it's saying to them. Yes. But that's their God. They have to get permission. It was purpose.
All kinds, man. All kinds.
Yeah, it is. And like I said, you see it all on YouTube. Individuals that, can make yourself bigger than what you are. And like I tell people, like I said, I can look myself in the mirror and say it's me. I can't sit there and make up things like the sound of horses in the background and donkeys and freaking chickens and cows and shit. So, it is what it is. It's like Green Acres. I play Simple Farmer now. I mean, it is. It's kind of funny. I'm the cat from New York. She's from here. I think, okay, I was the one that was the banker, and she's doing the teacher thing. So, but it's kind of funny. That's what people always say when they see me. It's like Green Acres. I'm like, yeah. But now we got to get our heads out of our asses and stop all this fictitious nonsense.
Yeah, like even like the stats are fictitious. These fucking fake ass statistics. Like even whenever they use the UCR data, which fucking just irks my nerves, like because UCR data even tells you in their cover letter that the data is not complete and it's not even meant to be used to measure societal illnesses. It's actually meant for budget. Like the UCR is meant for budgeting purposes, really. Not meant for anything else. It actually says on the cover letter.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of hood marriages. Believe me, I know a whole lot of people that have done that way. It makes it easier. And again, you don't need permission, like Cerulean said, to get married from the white man.
Yeah, I mean, when you really examine what the institution of marriage, like in classical sense. It's really in the mind, right? The marriage already occurs in the mind. So if you're a male, right? You don't have a high opinion of yourself. Of course, you're going to be like, why should I get married? I should live a life of debauchery. I can fuck anybody I want.
I should live like a bachelor, which really bothers me. You're looking for a wife. That's not right.
Right? Because see, you don't have a high opinion of yourself, so you think that life is just about having fun and enjoying myself and as I said I can. No, it's not about laying down any actual legacy, roots, foundation. No, it's not about being a leader. None of that. About having fun. It's fun. It might be a derelict. And then after, you look around and living life the way you're living and you say, oh man, this beauty's fucked up. Why so many single black mothers? Well, you never turned down any pussy yourself. That's what you wanted. You wanted easier access to the women. The women coalesced, but you left them holding the failure, huh?
Yes, indeed.
People won't let me leave. They won't let me leave at all. It's all because of them. I'm acting where I am.
Well, Natasha is what they'll say. Because Natasha Lewis, our esteemed young lady, says, "What is deterring black men from marrying black women?"
Nothing.
Well, the derelict Negro male.
Finance.
The derelict Negro male, will say some trifling bullshit like, well, the Gynocracy, the black female women, black women, the masculinity, black women this, black women that, but black women do it too. It's just like, no, none of
But
that.
they don't tell you that white women are just as crazy, if not crazier.
Yeah.
They don't tell you about Latino women that, like, Puerto Rican, Dominican, or something like that. They will freaking shank you, for saying the wrong words.
But Joe, hear me? They'll risk that any day. I'm saying they don't mind just shanking it. Because man, if you have a little plenty of stuff, you go to the other side, and whatever comes, and they're gonna be glad about it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't need to go to Brazil to find. I don't need to go to Brazil to find love. I can find it here in Birmingham. So come on. I don't need to go that far.
Hey man, Jamaican women that go upside your head, they're abusive.
Oh, so we can get to them yet.
But it's interesting. You never hear these Negroes. They always talk about how black women run them into the dirt. You never hear about how. You never hear them talk about how these other groups of women run them into the dirt. And they run them into the dirt. They really run them into the fucking dirt.
You ain't gonna take your check, your house, or your car.
20 million black families living in America at 20% equals 4 million families. The numbers are not lying. You actually can see it in society when you go out to public places. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Did he say something before that? Let me see. Oh, that's in response to the 20% marriage thing.
And like Cluster B said, it is not always blissful. It's hard damn work.
Yeah, they're actually asking for they're telling black women to provide them with a utopian kind of approach to family, right? I want no problems now. I don't want to put in no work. So you give me no. No, this is supposed to be a utopia.
Irresponsible. They don't want to accept any kind of.
I deserve to be happy, man. These niggas sound like fucking. These niggas sound like bitches with anxiety on a wedding night, like on some American Pie shit, right? No black kid deserve to be happy. Like,
Yes, like,
okay, so you complain about the condition of your community, right? You can complain about the women. You must be happy. See, because happy people don't fix shit. They're happy with what it is that they have, right? But happy people also complain a lot. They complain about anything that interrupts their happiness. So what it is that you've been enjoying your happiness, right? And motherfuckers been letting you have your joy. Hey, they put a little pressure on you about the condition of your community because it is your community. So you bashing black men. It's like, can't talk about male issues. Can't talk about masculine issues. Can't talk about anything that specifically affects black men or try to help them reach a certain point because we know these problems are economic and they're political. Can't talk about anything masculine because unless you doing this, these black bitches don't deserve it. It's like you can't just have a conversation with black men like, yo, okay. And then they'll go back, right? Talk about you got with black power niggas, you go all the way back to slavery, you never slave, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, you niggas never told Obsidian. Nigga, you keep going back 30 years to high school. Nigga, you not in high school. Right?
You mean 33 years.
so he's still traumatized by something that happened in high school?
Basically.
Oh, get out of here.
Oh man, you got a wedgie that lasts for like 50 years. You're still mad about a wedgie like 30 years later.
Oh, please. Get over it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, there was a story I was reading about an Asian student at I forget which university it was at, but it was an Asian dude, Korean, was dating this Korean chick, and she came. I think.
Oh, you mean the one that from?
No, it was Ohio. I think it was the University of Ohio. And the chick literally had made this guy, really didn't make this guy what he perceived to be as making him commit suicide. And the dude, he's an Asian dude, he committed suicide. Yeah.
Wow.
Because, and the female was like controlling him. Like they had found like over, I think it was like 25,000 texts from the chick and even some of her friends telling them that he should kill himself. He's a piece of shit and all this other stuff. And when he
25,000 texts?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Damn. The freak you got to say that much? 25,000 texts. I think you got anger issues.
Who the hell text that much?
Not I.
What time was this though? Was this over like a couple of years or? I mean, this couldn't have been in no short period of time. This had to be over a long period of time, right? I'm hoping. 25,000 texts. Jeez. Okay, what is this fool talking about?
Yeah, see, you got him out tonight here, Max.
Huh?
I said, you got him out here tonight.
Yeah, man. We
Hey.
about to wind down.
But this is YouTube, and you can't
Yeah.
make everybody happy.
Yeah.
You gotta keep them entertained. Are you not
Yeah.
entertained? Freaking episode from Gladiator.
Max Real coming in on the tail end of everything. You know, talking crazy. Oh man. 25,000 texts.
Good God.
And how long, wait a minute, what was the period of time this was over though? Was it a period of a couple of months, like 2 months, 3 months? A lot of texting, man. You're talking about all day, all night, they texting. I remember hearing something about the guy killed himself, and didn't they charge the girlfriend? I think the girlfriend got charged. If I'm not mistaken, she got charged.
It's probably did.
All right, well, people, I'm about to close it down, man. I got some work I got to do.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Max.
Yeah.
I thought you said you were gonna do a stream talking about automation. What happened to that stream?
I was supposed to do it last night, but we didn't go live last night. And I'll probably do it next week, because tomorrow, because Saturday night is ladies' night. We'll be doing a stream for the ladies on Saturday night.
So you have ladies that's gonna be on your panel?
Yeah, it's gonna be a ladies' night period, man. I'm just gonna be hanging out. I ain't gonna be really doing nothing. I'm gonna start it up, and you know, it's just gonna be for the ladies. Whatever the ladies want to do, they want to talk, they want a topic, they want to come on the panel and do whatever. It's gonna be on them. I'm just gonna be riding shotgun. You know.
All right.
Ladies'
So what time are you doing that tomorrow?
I'll probably do that around about 7. I'll probably start around 7.
Okay.
So somewhere around there. Yeah, it's gonna be a ladies' night. Let the ladies take over the overdrive, man, and you know, and I'm just gonna be riding shotgun.
Okay.
I'm gonna be moderator basically in the chat while the ladies do their thing, whatever they want to talk about, whatever they want to come up here and handle, you know, what they want to do.
That sounds like a plan there. I think the sisters will love that. You know.
Yeah. So ladies, come back tomorrow for the ladies' night on the overdrive, where the ladies take over the overdrive, and Max Black sits in the back. You know, I'll let y'all drive the bus and do y'all. You know what I'm saying? So the ladies' night will start tomorrow night around about 7. I'll send out the I'll fire it up, and then I'll keep it going until the ladies start getting up on the panel. Chance to the copycat, another convincing as.
Oh, Jody, isn't that somewhere down in Florida that happened? I think Jody Arias or whatever her name is. Yeah.
Yeah, on the ladies' night, you know. Y'all come up and take over. I'm gonna turn it over to the ladies. Y'all can do whatever, talk whatever, say what, you know, whatever topic y'all want to talk about. You know, it's gonna be whatever y'all want it to be. I'm just gonna be riding shotgun. Gonna hang in the background. Can't wait to see what y'all come up with, you know, what y'all talk about. Yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow night. For the ladies take over the drive.
Okay.
All right, well, everybody, listen, getting ready to get out of here. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for everybody on the panel for coming through. Joe, Twin Man, Julian, Chaos, the other people that came through. Thank y'all. Thanks to the chat.
Yeah, I'll say everybody in the chat there, Vonda and Cluster B. And see.
A lot of y'all came through tonight. Wow. You know. Yeah, thanks for all the support. Thanks for the cash apps. You know. Shout out to Cab for coming through, showing support.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Carol was here earlier.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Black Seed Supreme and plus the beef. Free me for sure. Yeah,
So
cause going back tomorrow night, women's panel. Y'all going to take over the drive, man. I'm just going to fall to the back. You know what I'm saying? You know, let y'all handle y'all business. All right. So ladies' night to be tomorrow night, ladies, at 7. You know, I'll be starting at 7. So I'll be playing some music till y'all get the feel, you know, ready to talk. Somebody want to come on the panel. I'll just be playing some music until y'all get ready to do y'all thing. All right, so everybody, you want to come back for the ladies' night tomorrow night? I'll see you then. Until then, everybody, I want you to understand that, you know, in Black is power, and the people are Black, and so that's where our power lies. It lies in us. We have to start believing in ourselves. All right? Everybody take care and see you tomorrow night for ladies' night.
All right, y'all. Peace.
No music.